Despite the amazing size and the amazing perspective of our economies, our tech sectors are not yet at par with our potential. And today we're going to talk about why this is the case and what can be done in order to improve the situation. And this can be seen easily with the share of GDP going to R&D and share of GDP allocated to venture capital. Now, why investment in new technologies and why innovation matters? Because it's a huge sector, right? Globally, R&D investment accounts for $2.9 trillion annually. That's a huge number, right? And the new technologies that are that consume this type of investment, they solve all the biggest global problems: aging, climate change, in energy shortages, etc., right? And what is important, probably even more important than that, is that most countries that made the transition from the developing emerging market status to developed market status did so by heavily investment in the technology and innovation, right? And we see no reason why BRICS community should not do the same over the course of the next years. Now, when we talk about technologies, in this report we mean deep tech technologies, right? What is deep tech technologies? There are 10 types of deep tech technologies out there currently, right, as mentioned. The biggest one in terms of volume of investment is, of course, AI. That should not come as a surprise, right? AI consumes roughly 32% of global R&D investment. The second biggest one is life sciences and biotechnologies, right? This is a huge sector as well, and some other sectors that are equally as important. Now, deep tech is fundamentally different from regular tech, right? In what sense? Deep tech is, by definition, more technologically heavy, right? It requires more capex to reach the size of the commercial size, the commercial scale solutions. 1. 2, it takes longer, right? The cycle from innovation, from the technology development to the actual product is longer. Third, there is a significant technological risk, right? Technological risk for deep tech technology is much higher than for regular tech. How so? Because many technologies are not yet proven, so therefore they need patience, right? But the good news, though, is that it's way less competitive than regular tech, right? Because since it requires more capex, since it's riskier, since it takes longer to develop, it's less competitive than regular tech. Good news is that our community of countries, in our report, we surveyed all the 15 member countries of BRICS and other new development bank members, right? We pay attention to deep tech technologies, right? And the two biggest deep tech technologies that we pay attention to are obviously AI and biotech and life sciences. But other technologies are also represented. This is good news for two reasons, right? 1, because we are actually investing in this, right? And B, because it creates large cross-border synergy potential to achieve our national goals and our international goals, which we're going to talk about in a few seconds. However, even though we do invest in deep tech technologies and even though we do have priorities at the national level, there are significant areas for improvement out there. Right? In our view, the best way to think about deep tech technologies development, or any technologies development for that matter, is technology development funnel. That ultimately, as a country, we can look at 4 stages of new technology development. First one is the priority selection, right? Everything cannot be priority. Each country should select 5, 6 priority sectors for deep tech development. Right, that's one. Second stage of the funnel is obviously R&D. Right? Whenever you select a priority, you need to build it. Yes, you need to invest in research and development, and you need to capitalize on that. Right? Second one is venture capital market. Like once technology is proven, the technology is there, and it can solve meaningful problem, venture capital should come and bring it to product stage. Right? Then the product stage should grow and ultimately reach financial markets for exit, for commercialization, for global scaling. That's easy, right? That's a relatively straightforward logic. Now, unfortunately, we as a community of countries have significant areas for improvement on pretty much every stage of that funnel. First of all, we tend to select too many priorities compared to tech leaders, right? Up to 10 or even 20 priorities sometimes, right? 8 to 10 priorities, whereas leaders select around 6. Second, for most countries in our community, conversion rates from one stage of the funnel to next stage of the funnel to next stage of the funnel are lower, sometimes 2 or more times lower than tech leaders. This obviously inhibits overall deep tech development in our community, right? And of course, the last stage, the commercialization, the scaling, and the exit opportunities are not yet at the level they should be. If we dig deeper, right, and I'm not going to pause and give you the entire overview, but you can review it in the report later. We benchmarked all 15 countries of our community on all 4 stages of technological life cycle development, and we see that we benchmarked them on the level of development from the basic to the most advanced. We see that only China currently is at the advanced stage across all 4 stages of the funnel, whereas most other countries still have significant area for improvement in terms of maturity of their institutions, in terms of maturity of their approaches, in terms of maturity of their technological leaders, etc., etc. Right, and that's good news, right? On the one hand, that's you can look at this as an issue because we still need to develop a lot of things. But on the other hand, it's great news because we have a lot of growth potential ahead of us, and I think our community of countries is uniquely positioned to achieve this, to realize this potential. And why so? First of all, because we have a lot of smart people, right? We have millions of STEM graduates every year in China, in India, but all other countries as well, right, in our community. So we have an immense pool of talent that each year comes to the market that can, A, develop the technologies, B, bring those technologies to commercial scale, and C, ultimately generate commercialization vehicles for countries and for international markets as well. However, even though there is a scale, right, there are, of course, areas where we can move further. First, we can move from just development of technologies and papers and patents to actual products and actual businesses, right? C, we can, of course, increase volume of R&D investment further, even though it's already rapidly growing. And of course, we need to be better at commercialization. And if we go deeper into each of the stages of the technology development funnel that we have, that we outlined before, we have several areas for improvement. Let's talk about first about R&D stage, right? First issue and first area for improvement for us is the R&D lifecycle, right? Currently in our community, it takes around 7 or 9 years to go from R&D to actual technology to reach the market, whereas the benchmark for that number is 4 to 5 years. So it's 40% higher in our community. So we need to speed up, right? Even though the emerging markets are typically known for being quick and being fast, in this stage, in this area, we need to speed up. Second problem that we face as a community is, of course, a so-called brain drain. Right? It's not a secret for anybody. I think in this room we all come from many emerging markets that multiple people prefer sometimes to leave the country and build business elsewhere. We see 18 to 68% of local founders relocation in our community. It's a huge number, and we of course need to work on providing more opportunities for our founders to stay in our countries and build businesses here domestically. And this, by the way, is also reflected in the number of unicorns that we see. And by unicorns, of course, I don't mean the cartoon characters, right, but I rather mean the big startups that reach 1 billion valuation. So we have roughly 400 unicorns compared to more than 1,000 elsewhere, right, in global technological leaders. But it's not all, right? It's not only about startups, right? Another metric that is important to look at is the spin-offs, right? Do big businesses create spin-offs? Do they create new businesses that can grow, that can ultimately generate new technologies, etc.? And we see only 5% spin-off rate versus 15 to 20% spin-off rate in developing countries. So we need to be stimulating our big corporations here as well. And IPOs, of course, right? The technological IPOs, we have disproportionately low share of technological IPOs, with, of course, the notable exception of China and India that have bigger number of IPOs locally. Now, The second stage, of course, is financing, right? Financing, that would be strange to talk about new technologies and not talk about finance, right? Financing is a serious topic, and we see significant additional market for financing of new technologies here in our community of countries. Right, we see that R&D expenditure as a percentage of GDP stands at roughly 0.6 to 1.6% of GDP, whereas technological leaders have 3.5 to 6.4 percentage of GDP allocated to R&D. This is a huge additional market for R&D investment in our countries. And what is important, it's that all the countries that I mentioned earlier that made a transition from developing country status or emerging market status to developed country status, they all did so on the back of a large R&D investment. Now, of course, R&D investment volume is just one thing, right? Second thing is funding, right? We believe that a significantly higher share of R&D investment should be coming from private sector. Right now, our community has 20 to 45% of private sector funding, whereas in benchmark countries, it's 65 to 79% of private capital being allocated to R&D funding. And the venture market capital, of course, right? It's been quite a popular topic over the last years that we have a significant untapped potential in venture capital markets here domestically, and our research confirms that it remains the case, right? VC capital can find significant market to increase the volume of investment domestically. And of course, when it comes to deep tech, we talk about deep tech, right? A higher share of venture funding can be allocated to deep tech vis-a-vis current level. And market capital, and perhaps not surprisingly, we see that our market capitalizations are not as high as it should be. And finally, right, since big tech and the deep tech products are by design global, right, they are very rarely they are local, we see a disproportionately low level of high-tech export in our countries, even though the export potential is huge. So we need to be focusing on that. So to achieve the full potential, we believe that the reference levels are the following, right? Around 2% of GDP should be allocated to R&D. And here I talk GDP of course, our combined economies. Right? GDP, share of GDP allocated to venture capital should reach at least 1%, and it should be at least 50% so-called smart money, right? And of course, the government to private split should be shifted significantly towards private capital, because government can do only so much, but private sector stands to benefit significantly from the new increased opportunities. Now, when it comes to financing, right, there are several tools that are typically applied to financing new technologies. And those tools are not new, right? Those are grants, those are guarantees, those are VC stages, those are structured finance, project finance, depending on the stage of the technology that you are investing in. Obviously, the earlier the stage, the more sort of so-called grant or free money is allocated there. The later the stage, the more advanced, the more complicated technology should be, complicated financial vehicles should be allocated towards this. But we see that not all of those tools are currently widespread in the community of our countries. Finally, so that's the overall where we should be going. We, of course, would not, the report would not be complete if we did not propose an overarching framework. So we propose a framework that consists essentially, financial framework of essentially two layers of vehicles. Local or national level vehicles and international level vehicles. And those, I will go into details of those vehicles right now, but those vehicles should, on the local level, they should ensure that in every country there is a significant, substantial pool for new technologies that can move the economies forward, that can bring new technologies to startup stage and startup stage to scaling stage, and internationally they should help us cooperate using multinational organizations, not unlike a New Development Bank, which we are happy to welcome in Moscow these days. Let's first pause a little bit on the national level infrastructure. Right? National level infrastructure, this should create a continuously functioning innovation funnel within a country. Right? First, it should increase R&D attractiveness. Right? It should increase it via providing guarantees, by providing grants, by providing opportunities for companies that are heavily invested in new technologies, research and development. It should also stimulate startup formation, because startup is typically a vehicle from bringing a new technology from the lab stage to actual commercial stage. And of course, scaling and transfer of the technologies within the local market and also potentially beyond the local market that can be improved for that. For that, there are four, roughly speaking, four main levers that we suggest are leveraged at the national level in most countries. First of all, it's the demand pool, right? Every new technology that can be either pushed to market or can be pulled from the market by existing big corporations. In pretty much every country in the community, there are major corporations that can serve as a demand pool for new technologies and for new startups acquisitions and for scaling up. Second is, of course, continuous look for new technologies using so-called observatories, right, and trend watching and all that, right? Businesses should be aware which technologies have more potential and can be leveraged for growth. Of course, regulation, right? It's well-known fact that sometimes regulation lags behind technologies, and nowhere it has been proven more brightly than in the area of AI. The popular joke is that in certain developed countries, I will not name those countries for to be correct, right? There is a fantastic regulation for AI, but zero AI currently, right? Whereas in some other countries, there is a lot of AI, but still no regulation. So we believe that the regulation should definitely be adaptive at national level. And of course, the pitching for talent and for technologies likewise, right? They should be continuously functioning platforms and accelerators and incubators for development of the technologies. Now, that's the, I need to speed up, right? That was my timer, right? So when we talk about international level, we propose 5 solutions. One, the first solution is so-called, we call it BRICS 100 Leadership Registry, right? We should, as a community of countries, outline our joint priorities, which technologies are of highest priority, which sectors are of highest priority, and we should be continuously focusing on it and discussing it and exchanging our best practices in using this registry. Right? Second is BRICS Science Schengen. Right? Nowhere it's more relevant than in high tech and in deep tech in particular to move people around the countries, right? To move people between countries, and the scientists and researchers and founders should have free access to go anywhere they please. Third is, of course, some money. Right, providing a vehicle for financing, for providing guarantees, for providing new development financing that can be functioning at the BRICS level, right? So to de-risk the highest risk investments and to provide stimulus for founders. And finally, not unlike this forum that we're currently attending, we believe that it's important to build a BRICS Founders Forum where founders can meet, they can talk together, they can exchange ideas, right? Share best practices, invest in startups in their countries and across countries, and reach their potential. And of course, last stage of the cycle is IPO, right? We believe that tech exchange at the BRICS level or special sections on the existing BRICS stock exchanges would be beneficial solution for startups to actually exit, right? And to create IPOs, not on NASDAQ, for example, right? But within the BRICS community on dedicated BRICS high-tech exchange. And why we believe this is important? We believe this is important because it creates a lot of money, colleagues, right? When I say a lot of money, we're talking trillions of dollars here per year, right? And it's important that these initiatives, they should be produced in a joint cooperation between our countries. Because if every country tries to go it solo, yes, there's going to be some impact, but it's going to be a little bit more than $600 billion per year. Whereas if we work together, if we create international level institutions, if we create instruments at international level, the potential may reach to $2.7 trillion per year, or 8% of the GDP of our bloc. This is a huge amount of money. Right? And fortunately, to do that, we need to provide tools and instruments, and not unlike New Development Bank, right? That is currently what we have a meeting here in Moscow, right? We believe that New Development Bank or vehicles similar to New Development Bank can be a perfect platform to actually build and launch these kinds of initiatives, and this will be very happy to see this as a part of a strategy for New Development Bank. We believe these 5 initiatives that we outlined here. So I repeat: BRICS 100 registry for new technologies and development, the BRICS Science Schengen for free movement of intellectual capital and of people around our countries, the BRICS Future Fund, BRICS Founders Forum, and BRICS Schengen. They can create significant improvement potential and allow our countries to benefit from deep tech development within our community of countries and internationally. Thank you very much. This is everything I want to say. Thank you very much for your attention. And one last thing that I would like to say, fellow colleagues, right? Again, I am happy to see that more of you joined our presentation. As I said, the printed version of the report is right there behind that door. The electronic version will be available on our website and on the website of Ministry of Finance. I wish you all a very pleasant and productive 2 days in Moscow. I hope you enjoy our city, and I hope this new meeting is very productive for all of you. Thank you very much.
So everyone is now welcome. Take your seats and prepare your simultaneous translation devices. So the following channels are provided at the interpreters. Channel 1 is for English, Channel 2 for Russian, Channel 3 for Portuguese, Channel 4 for Chinese, and Channel 5 for French. So everyone is now welcome to take your seats. We are about to start in a few moments. Dear ladies and gentlemen, one more
Уважаемые
time.
дамы и господа, еще раз добро пожаловать. Пожалуйста, занимайте ваши места. Мы вот-вот начнем флагманский семинар Совета управляющих НБР. У нас особый гость сегодня. Он уже готов. Я призываю всех занимать ваши места. Пожалуйста, подготовьте ваши приемники для синхронного перевода. Каналы для перевода следующие. Первый канал — перевод на английский, второй — на русский, третий — португальский, четвертый — китайский и, наконец, пятый — перевод на французский язык. Пожалуйста, занимайте ваши места. Флагманский семинар НБР начнется через несколько минут. Пожалуйста, подготовьте ваши приемники. Слева на приемниках кнопка регулирования громкости. Мы начнем через несколько минут. Yeah.
Did you see Martin Wolf's response to your article?
So hello, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, this a small announcement before we start. We are starting in around 3 to 5 minutes, and to begin with, please prepare your simultaneous translation devices. The channels are on screen, so choose the appropriate channel for your language, and check the volume, so you can actually put the volume up to check if the interpreter is working, if you need any assistance. So the additional devices are at the entrance to this hall. And then we are, as I said, about to start in 3 to 5 minutes, and the structure of this event is as follows. We are having our very special guests, 2 keynote speakers in the beginning, one of them online, one present here in this room, and then the panel discussion will follow. And at these events, we will have certain time for each speaker, and then hopefully not the only reason you arrive here. We are having the lunch in the hall after the panel discussion. But for now, please prepare your devices, and we are about to start in 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear honored guests, one more time, this is the last announcement. Please take your seats, prepare your simultaneous translation devices. My name is Lev Chitkov. I'm honored to be the announcer and the moderator for today's panel discussion. And I would like to welcome you all and thank you for joining us today here in Moscow. And for those of you who arrived in Moscow for the first time, please welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here in the Russian capital. And for all of you being here in Moscow, thank you for taking your time to join this New Development Bank Flagship Governors Seminar, which is a part of the 11th Annual Meeting of the Board of Governors. We are now ready to start, and as I said, we have a certain structure of the seminar with the keynote speakers in the beginning and the panel discussion that would follow. But before we start, I would like to welcome our very special honored guests and participants meeting, especially Her Excellency Mrs. Dilma Rousseff, President of New Development Bank, and His Excellency Mr. Alexey Overchuk, Deputy Prime Minister, Russian Federation, and also the rest of distinguished governors present here, whom I'm going to welcome later during the panel session on stage. And we are now starting with our two distinguished keynote speakers. But before that, let me please kind of give you some thoughts on where we are now in terms of development financing. So as all of you know, the world is in the midst of a profound technological revolution. Breakthroughs in AI, digital technologies are redefining how economies function and how societies are organized. What distinguishes this moment is not merely the breadth of these shifts, but their pace and complexity. Unfolding simultaneously and at accelerating speed, the dynamics and consequences of the current technological revolution remain deeply uncertain, making adaptation increasingly difficult. So the challenges carry direct implications for development financing for the so-called EMDCs, which stands for Emerging Markets and Developing Countries. So rapid technological transformation requires development financiers to mobilize greater resources to support infrastructure and innovation ecosystems and ensure equitable access to new technologies. Meanwhile, development finance institutions, especially multilateral development banks, have a responsibility to promote international cooperation and mutual learning on technological advancements while also adapting their own operations to boost efficiency and development impact. So against this backdrop, this NDB Flagship Governors Seminar will examine the future of development financing in an era defined by deep, complex, and rapidly evolving technological change. So the seminar is going to explore the defining characteristics of the current technological transformation and its implications. So the evolving roles of development finance within these environments, the way forward for global cooperation to address the challenges and take advantages of opportunities brought by technological shifts. And of course, how New Development Bank can make further contributions to the sustainable development of its member countries during this technological revolution. And to start with, I would like to welcome our very special guest speaker joining us online, the director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, on screen. So, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, please welcome.
Thank you very much. And thank you, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and a special tribute to President Rousseff and Russia's Deputy Prime Minister. I'm profoundly honored to be able to speak with you. The work that you are doing, the work of the New Development Bank, is of profound importance for the entire world. Of course, for all of the members of the bank and for the BRICS countries, but for the whole world, because the success of the BRICS countries and of the emerging market developing economies really is the success of the world. The EMDEs, the emerging market developing economies, constitute about 85% of the world population. At this point, 60 to 65% of the world output measured properly at purchasing power prices. The future of the EMDEs is essentially the future of the world. We need to remember that. I think that in addition to the technological revolution that is underway that you just mentioned, moderator, there are two other profound and interlinked transformations that we must keep in mind. The first is the fundamental geopolitical transformation. We are moving from a Western hegemony, or at least an attempted Western hegemony, in which the countries of Europe and the United States dominated the world economy and world politics for much of the 19th century and at least in the first half of the 20th century. We are finally moving to a rebalanced and fair world in which there is no hegemony by the United States or European empires, but a world that is open for all. It's not the simplest transformation because, as we all know, the would-be hegemons are grasping to hold on to their previous influence. And the wars that we see, whether next door to you, which I call a war of NATO expansion, or the war in Venezuela, or the war in the Middle East, are essentially wars in which the Western hegemons or would-be hegemons are trying to hold on to influence that they no longer have, they don't deserve, yet they are trying to cling to this. This is one fundamental transformation, is the rise of a truly multipolar world. But it is also intertwined, as I'll mention, with the technological revolution. The second transformation, in addition to the technological revolution, is the ecological reality that we face. After 225 years of industrialization and worldwide development, we know that the Earth's systems are in peril, and we must address the changes that are induced by human activity to the Earth's climate, to the hydrology, to the functioning of ecosystems, to the massive pollution that is now part of our air, water, soils, oceans, to the loss of biodiversity. And every part of the world is implicated and endangered by these so-called anthropogenic or human-induced ecological changes. There is fundamentally good news, however, and that is that the new green and digital technologies point the way forward to continued economic development that is also ecologically sustainable. We just need to be smart to transform our energy systems, to transform our farm systems, to transform our land use patterns, to transform the management of critical ecosystems, whether alpine or rainforest or fisheries or wetlands, to be managed in an environmentally sustainable manner. So I view the world as experiencing three profound transformations: a geopolitical transformation, an ecological transformation, and a technological transformation. And I view the success of the emerging market developing economies, led institutionally by the BRICS, as being essential for worldwide success. At a geopolitical level, the single most important change that is needed is the mindset of the United States leadership to understand that any quest for hegemony is futile, and self-defeating. And this is a mindset also that parts of Europe still need to appreciate because the nostalgia for empire remains high, but it is passé and a huge mistake. We need also to understand that the technological revolution is here for the common good. The main purpose of AI is not to militarize an autonomous battlefield. The main purpose of AI is to enable us to live better in ecological terms, better healthcare, better education, better access to public services, better quality of life overall, not to put AI into our military or to create new technology blocks to try to preserve old hegemonies. This is also phenomenally important. And we do have to understand that the ecological pressures are very real. Donald Trump may say that climate change is a hoax, but that is a trick on his own country, I'm sorry to say. My country, the United States, is experiencing massive ecological upheavals, massive forest fires, extreme storms, Category 5 hurricanes, droughts in the American Southwest, flooding, heat waves, many of the same phenomena shared all over the world. There is no hoax about this at all. And these ecological crises require a new direction of investment. Sad to say, the United States is going exactly in the wrong direction by doubling down on a fossil fuel economy, whereas the BRICS are speeding up in the energy transformation and the green transformation. This, from the point of view of the BRICS countries, will be a great economic success. What the United States is doing is self-harm, but the transformation to electric vehicles, now being led by China, for example, the transformation to green agriculture, to new green energy systems where power is brought by renewable energy or advanced nuclear power, but essentially zero carbon energy, is exactly what the world needs. It's what the BRICS countries are leading, and it's what, unfortunately, my own country is turning its back on. But that just means that in 20 years, it will be the BRICS that are providers of the technologies that we need, not the old would-be hegemons. So putting together a sound course in the face of three major transformations is the work ahead. Most importantly, as the global geopolitics changes to a multipolar world, we need to end the residual wars of hegemony. NATO must stop expanding. The whole idea was preposterous after 1990. The United States and Israel must give up their any imagination of hegemony in the Middle East. We must accept that the world cannot be contained, one region containing another through trade wars or unilateral sanctions or using the power of a currency to punish other countries. Multipolarity is a fact, and accepting that fact is the peaceful route forward. In the same way, the ecological challenges are facts, and addressing them through the technologies that are coming together and that fortunately the BRICS are now leading is absolutely essential as well. So what does that imply for the work of this wonderful institution, the new development bank? Let me make first a general point and then some specific suggestions, if I might. The specific point is that official financing, a financing that comes through official entities, whether national or multilateral, is essential. Market forces with the private companies, of course, is very important for any economy. But the public realm is essential. It's essential for setting the framework for the common good. It's essential for spurring what we just heard in the preceding session, the research, the development, the basic science, the technology pathways forward. It's essential for providing the core infrastructure, whether it's the power system, the watershed management, the transport grids, the digital interconnectivity, all are intrinsically public functions. So we need official financing, and we need it at a larger scale, and we need it linked to long-term planning, which is also vital. In the context of complex transformations, planning at a horizon to mid-century becomes crucial for the transformations of the energy system, for the transformations of transport, for the urbanization in the next 25 years that will bring in around 2 billion people more in the world's cities, almost all of which increase will take place in the emerging economies. So all of this requires foresight, planning, and public investment. And the role of multilateral investment is especially significant because no country can make these transformations on their own. First, neighborhoods need to work together. Regions need to work together with their neighbors. When there is a barrier with a neighbor, this is unfortunately a present reality in many regions, but it is also devastating because neighbors are the first that should be trading, the first that should be managing common riversheds, the first that should be managing shared forest assets, hydrology, and other basic Earth systems functions. And so the neighbors should be the ones to work together. But also the emerging economies led by the BRICS need to work together, if only to ensure that the residual attempts at hegemonic control by the United States and Europe are ended peacefully, ended cooperatively, but ended definitively, because the United States and Europe cannot even aspire to manage or run the world. They are a little more than 10% of the world population, and the rest of the world wants to get on with it. And so multilateral official financing is absolutely essential. So I would like to share 5 quick thoughts with you, practical thoughts for the new development bank, if I may. First, please expand the scale of your financing. We need the new development bank. It is a creative and crucial institution, crucial for all 3 of the dimensions of transformation, for the geopolitical, for the ecological, and for the green and digital technological transformations. It will play a huge role in the future. Please expand the financing. There is a debate right now. Does China save too much? The answer is, of course not. We need China's savings. China's savings make China grow faster, but China's savings also provide saving for investment throughout the emerging and developing economies. Some of that saving should be channeled through the new development bank. I would say a significant part. So when the Western world says China should reduce its saving and increase its consumption, I say, well, the consumption will rise as income rises. That's not an issue. But the saving rate should remain high, because China's saving is financing worldwide green and digital transformation. And a lot of that financing should go through official institutions. And one of the key institutions is the New Development Bank. So don't listen to bad macro advice coming from self-interested would-be hegemons. Save, invest for the future, and use the New Development Bank as a critical means for that outward investment. Second, please embrace African transformation as a absolutely strategic part of the overall EMDE transformation in the decades ahead. Africa, as you know, should be the fastest growing economy of the world because it starts in the most laggard position, but it will grow tremendously rapidly based on investments in core infrastructure, power, transport, digital, and investments in Africa's young people. The key for Africa's fast development is to think like a true union, to think like a continental free trade area, to invest across national boundaries, not within each of the 55 countries alone, but at a continental scale. And this, I believe, should be a BRICS partnership with Africa. Of course, there are many distinguished African countries in the BRICS, but I would like a continental-wide partnership of the African Union countries, the 55 member states, and the BRICS. And the New Development Bank, I think, can play a magnificent role in many strategic investments. Africa will be 25% of the world population at mid-century. It's about 25% of the world's land area. It's a vast continent. It will have a rapidly rising share of the world economy. It is core for the success of the global transformation. Third, of course, build the green and digital technology stack. The United States has worked overtime, but it has failed to try to keep artificial intelligence somehow as a U.S. project. Well, this is absurd because AI is part of our worldwide scientific and engineering know-how, and there is no monopoly on this wisdom. There are wonderful engineers, technologists, and scientists all over the world. That's what makes the world truly multipolar now. But with the United States, at least until today, maybe things will change in the summit taking place as we speak, the digital stack has been held like a monopoly on the U.S. side for the U.S.-based AI technology. This makes no sense. Of course, it can't succeed. China, Russia, India, others are building technologies at a rapid rate. But I think that the New Development Bank can help to build the green and digital technology stack that is not vulnerable to kind of holdups and blackmail or choke points by the United States. And I think this is extremely important. A fourth point that I want to reiterate is finance sustainable urbanization. The emerging economies will absorb 2 billion people more in cities in the next 25 years. And this means a tremendous need for urban infrastructure, for water and sewerage, for digital connectivity, for green power, for social housing. It's a vast investment opportunity and a vast investment need, and to a very significant extent, it involves official finance alongside private financing, but a very significant amount of official financing. And the fifth and final point that I wanted to make is please help build the non-dollar payments and settlements system. The new development bank, of course, deals in the dollar-based system, but it should also help to build the non-dollar-based system. Again, the dollar, sad to say, and in a very unwise way, became weaponized by the United States in the last 20 years. Rather than seeing the dollar as a utility that the world uses for settlements, and it was such a utility, the United States came to view the dollar as a mechanism for maintaining hegemonic control. So it confiscated Russia's reserves, Iran's reserves, the reserves of many other countries, Venezuela as well. It used the dollar payment system as a threat point and a choke point by using the dollar payment system as a enforcement mechanism for illegal unilateral sanctions. It has used the U.S. veto in the IMF as a way to exclude countries from official financing based on U.S. foreign policy considerations rather than objective economic and development needs. We need an alternative to this. I hope, as I said before, that the United States mindset will calm down and accept multipolarity. But just in case, and in any event, because of the realities of the changing weights of the world economy, we need a non-dollar payments system. And the BRICS is essential, uniquely so, in building that non-dollar payment system. It's working, it's happening, it's proceeding, and I think the new development bank can play an important role. I would like to see renminbi financing. I would like to see ruble financing and rupee financing. All of this becomes possible. It makes a lot of sense. It can increase liquidity and decrease vulnerability to geopolitical pressures. And I think that it is a function that an institution as vital and creative as the new development bank can help to promote. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much. It's a great honor to be with you. This is a great institution. Congratulations on the 11th annual meeting of the new development bank. And please, all my gratitude for the chance to speak with you and to be together with the many friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. I'd like to thank Professor for his work and for his words in the beginning of this annual meeting. And it is also a great pleasure to welcome on stage the Deputy Prime Minister of Russian Federation, His Excellency Mr. Alexey Overchuk. So please welcome Mr. Overchuk.
Good morning. I'll speak in English since most of the audience is English speaking. Warmest welcome to all of you who came to Moscow. I hope that our Ministry of Finance is not working you too hard here, and you have a chance to enjoy our beautiful city. And Madam President, very special warm welcome to you. We're always happy to see you in Moscow and in Russia. And also I'd like to thank Professor Jeffrey Sachs for his keynote presentation. And Professor Sachs is providing a very forward-looking and a very realistic vision of the world that is inspiring many people throughout the world. And we're lucky that he was able to join us on video conference today, but hoping that someday he will be luckier in getting to Moscow himself. And of course, I share the views that we need to look out to the three factors that are impacting the development of the modern world. And of course, we're looking, Jeffrey Sachs named geopolitical changes. Well, I would say we need to look at deglobalization, which is happening, and 2-3 years ago, we were looking at different presentations and views that this is something which is irregular and that things would get back to normal and the world would go back to being globalized. And what we are seeing is that globalization is over, and we have to admit that fact, and we have to accept this. And of course, the new development bank needs to look at how the member countries should be responding to this change and how the new development bank would be supporting this change. And of course, if we're speaking about deglobalizations, things like breaking of traditional supply chains, disruption of traditional supply chains comes to our minds. We're looking at evolving differences in the major markets, which formerly used to be global. Now they're becoming increasingly regionalized, and that translates into the differences of prices. Of course, the first things that one should be looking for are the energy prices, and affordable energy is a key contributor to economic competitiveness that many countries that have access to affordable energy enjoy, and those who don't have access to affordable energy are less lucky. Russia is a reliable and strong provider of energy to our neighbors and to the countries that formerly made up most of the countries that formerly made up the Soviet Union, countries which are part of the regional economic integration union, the Eurasian Economic Union. And because we're providing energy at affordable costs, you can see that their GDP, we're talking about countries like Kyrgyzia, Armenia, Kazakhstan, their GDP growth has been quite significant over these years. Of course, it's very difficult to separate what comes first, technology or geopolitics or decoupling of economies or different markets. But it's important to see that, of course, and Professor Sachs has said this, that it's important to see that climate is playing a huge role here as well, and the green energy, and we're seeing tremendous efforts in bank member countries in introducing green energy technologies. But at the same time, if we're talking about introducing artificial intellect technologies, there are heavy energy consumers, those technologies, and they require sustainable sources of energy. And with all the positive impacts on the environment that can be found in cases when alternative energy sources like solar and wind are used to support operation of data centers, you need to have a more reliable source, which is nuclear. And nuclear is a clean energy. And I think the bank member countries are lucky to have countries among bank membership that possess those technologies and capable of making those solutions available to other members of the bank. And this is extremely important because energy consumption will grow. It will grow because AI is playing an increasing role in our society, in our societies. And this is technology-driven. It impacts technologies, it impacts daily lives of people, it impacts countries' policies. And it's very important to be able to provide answers on country level to those challenges. And at the same time, it also needs to be understood that it's extremely difficult to address those issues alone on the country level. And speaking of technologies, I just like to ask you to test yourselves how many countries in the audience have technologies that enable them the production of computer chips. How many countries in this audience have the capacity to develop and maintain their own digital platforms? How many countries in this audience are developing AIs and large language models? What data sets are you using to develop those models? Are you providing the data? Is this data provided from your countries or you're getting it from elsewhere? Is the data which is used to train your AIs corresponds with the culture and traditions of your countries? These are all the questions that we should be asking ourselves, because these are the questions that are becoming really important in the future. And here we have countries that are like-minded in a way that we will all cherish our independence, and we will all cherish our belief that our countries are respecting each other. And this is a very, very strong side of BRICS. No matter how big the economy or a country is that makes up that is part of the BRICS family, we all make decisions based on respect and consensus. And that's very important, and that's a very strong advantage that BRICS is providing to all its members. And of course, if we're speaking about financing, and again, that goes back to deglobalizing, and as Professor Sachs has already said that in his keynote, our country has experienced the situation and continues to experience the situation where we were excluded from the international financial system. And the goal was, for those who made those decisions, their goal was to make sure that all the hell goes loose in Russia. Well, you're here today, and you see how we live. And the reason why those hopes were not realized was because we were ready, and because we had technologies that enabled us to be ready. We started creating our own alternative systems early on. So by the time Visa and MasterCard said, we're leaving Russia, we had our own system in place, which just picked up where they left, and nobody felt any difference. So we're not talking about leaving existing systems. We're talking about sustainability, and we're talking about developing alternative systems. It's extremely important from a financial point to have a payment, a settlement system, which is alternative. Alternative, both as a system and both as currencies which are used for settlements. Our trade with People's Republic of China is about $240 billion. 98% of that is already made in local currencies. And our trade with our closest neighbors, about 93, 95% local currencies. And this happened not because of some administrative pressure on anybody. Businesses and market forces find their way to do business, and that's impossible to stop. So, as private businesses need to be supported, and it's our job to provide the infrastructure which facilitates connectivity in the region, in our regions, facilitates connectivity between BRICS member countries. We're talking about financial connectivity. We're talking about transport and logistics connectivity. And as a country, we're investing a lot in the north-south transport and logistics corridors. We're investing in Iran. We're looking at Central Asia, and because we do appreciate the fact that the center of the world economy has shifted to the global south, and it will continue to shift to the global south for very many reasons. And it's extremely important for us as a country to be able to be connected with the global south and provide all necessary support for our economies, which is needed to have swift connections between Russia or the north of Eurasia and the global south. That's one of the key priorities of our government. And this is something which we believe the New Development Bank should also focus on. Of course, when we are doing transactions, when we're doing settlements, what we learned is we need to have our own insurance systems. And this is something that Russia has been proposing within the framework of BRICS, not as a substitute, but as an alternative, because that creates better sustainability for our economies. Just as well, better sustainability of our economies would be provided if we had our own ranking agencies. The international ranking agencies have left these countries overnight. And of course, our banking community and our financial community had to find ways around it. And we've been operating in this environment for over 5 years now. And what I think, just like with the insurance, the ranking agencies, independent or alternative, is very much needed for successful operation of our economies and the reduction of our costs for all the economies. And I think that the New Development Bank is well positioned to lead the way in creating those alternative systems. Of course, when we're talking about other global challenges like climate change, that impacts water supply, that impacts food security. In our part of the world, we're blessed with the abundance of water and green grass and green trees. Other parts of the world, especially in the global south, are not so fortunate. But we've invested a lot in making our agriculture and our farming more efficient. And we're really open to providing our exports, food commodity export, fertilizer exports to all member countries. And we're doing this, and we're doing very efficiently. Of course, we're seeing the problems with the climate change, which are happening especially in the neighboring Central Asia region. Of course, we believe that the bank should be very open to projects that support more efficient use of water in the areas where water is scarce. And it's extremely important because this is a critical element of the very well-being of the people. And if you wish, the survival of us as a biological species. So we're dedicating our efforts to helping in this area to our neighbors. And of course, we would be looking forward to bank extending its support. And we would be happy to provide expertise. And of course, another thing that I think the bank needs to be open to is to the idea of developing and providing its expertise and its competence in analyzing the trends which are happening throughout the world and how they impact member countries. And of course, providing a feedback so that bank governors and bank staff could be more knowledgeable, and member countries should be more knowledgeable and have alternative opinions about the changes that are happening in the world. And to finish this intervention, I'd like to say that the governors of the bank also need to be more bold in making those decisions. If you would be looking at the draft strategy of the bank, and of course this meeting comes at a very special time when the bank is entering its second decade, and the bank seeks to achieve leadership. More bold decisions need to be made, but they need to be made based on very informed opinions. So thank you very much for having me, and I hope you will have a good time here in Moscow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this address, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister of Russian Federation, Mr. Alexey Overchuk. And well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now go on to our second part of this seminar, which is the panel discussion of the Board of Governors of New Development Bank. So let me please welcome on stage His Excellency Mr. Ivan Chebeskov, temporary alternate governor for Russia, Deputy Minister of Finance of Russia. I would also like to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Anuradha Thakur, alternate director, alternate governor for India, Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs and of Ministry of Finance, India. Let me please welcome also Her Excellency Ms. Chan Jun-hong. She is a temporary alternate governor for China and assistant at Minister of Finance, China. And joining us also is His Excellency Duncan Peters, temporary alternate governor for South Africa. And he is also a director at General National Treasury of South Africa. Well, and I would also like to welcome Her Excellency Dr. Samar Al-Adal, temporary alternate governor for Egypt, and she's a deputy minister of international cooperation of Egypt. Well, dear New Development Bank governors, thanks for joining us. And to start this panel, I would also like to present me as, of course, the moderator, and I would also like to say that joining us on this panel online from Brazil is the New Development Bank Governor for Brazil and Minister of Finance of Brazil, His Excellency Mr. Dario Carnevale Dorigan. So please take a look on screen.
Hello, everyone. I want to apologize, first of all. I wasn't able to be in Moscow in person with all of you, but I'd like to thank President Dilma, the Russian authorities, and the organizers for the invitation and for convening this important discussion. I hope I can be with you in person very soon. We are living through a period of profound technological change. Artificial intelligence, digital infrastructure, and new financial technologies are reshaping economies, productivity, public services, and financial systems at an unprecedented speed. For countries like Brazil, this creates both opportunities and challenges. Technology can support productivity gains, improve the delivery of public services, expand access to finance, and open new avenues for growth. But if this transition is not well managed, it can also deepen inequalities and widen existing gaps between regions, firms, and countries. From Brazil's perspective, three issues are particularly important. First of all, financing the right investments. Development today requires not only traditional infrastructure, but also digital connectivity, innovation ecosystems, data systems, artificial intelligence capabilities, and technologies linked to the energy transition. Second, improving access to finance and reducing the cost of capital. Many productive sectors, especially small firms and developing regions across the globe, still face significant barriers to credit and investment. This is why instruments such as blended finance, guarantees, and risk-sharing mechanisms are becoming increasingly important. And third, strengthening domestic capabilities. Without adequate skills, regulatory frameworks, and innovation ecosystems, countries may face difficulties in adapting technologies to their own realities and using them to support structural transformation. In Brazil, we are advancing public services through platforms such as gov.br, promoting ecological transformation through initiatives like Brazil Climate and Ecological Transformation Investment Platform, and developing frameworks for the digital economy, also for artificial intelligence and carbon markets, always with the objective of ensuring inclusive and sustainable development. In this context, institutions like the New Development Bank have a key role to play by supporting investments, mobilizing private capital, and helping countries like our own align financing with their national development priorities. If we are able to align technology, financing, and public policy and public interest, this transition can become a powerful driver of productivity, inclusion, and sustainable growth. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was His Excellency Mr. Dario Carnevale Dargan, Minister of Finance, Brazil, and of course the New Development Bank Governor for Brazil. So, dear panel speakers, I would like to remind you the topic of the seminar, which is development financing in an era of technological revolution. But as Professor Jeffrey Sachs said in the beginning, it's not only a technological revolution, right? So we have also at least three, so to say, shifts, revolutions going on together and very, very intertwined, which is geopolitical, ecological, and of course, the technological transformation, which is the topic. So as Professor Sachs said in the beginning, this not only possess challenges, but it also gives us opportunities, each of these three shifts that we have. So I would like you kind of to, each of you to go through this, the topic of this seminar, and keeping in mind that it's not only the technological transformation that we are having today. So let me please welcome the first, Mr. Ivan Chebeskov, Deputy Minister of Finance, Russia. Dear Mr. Chebeskov, please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Madam President, dear Alexey Logovich, dear governors, directors, distinguished guests. Very glad to see a lot of friends and familiar faces today. Welcome to Moscow. Hope you enjoy, as Alexey Logovich said, not only our meetings, but also nice weather and some time off in Moscow. I know it's been, for a lot of you, for some of you, it has been difficult to get here. Some flights have been canceled, some injuries have been incurred by some people, but thank you for making it here. I think the topic of today's discussion, and in general, a topic of this annual meeting, is very important. And actually, I was very impressed by the speeches of Jeffrey Sachs and Alexey Logovich today. Very inspiring and very deep in terms of thinking ahead and how financial institutions like NDB and countries overall should be financing technological development. And it seems like, from what we're hearing and from what we understand, it seems like it's not only about just new technology, just financing something new and getting a new toy, getting a new phone or something, but it's about to some extent it's about a new stage of economic growth, and to some extent it's about maybe even I would say sovereignty and survival of some of the economies. It's that important, and we now see that over the next decade, over 70% of value added in the global economy will be generated through digital technologies and digital business models. And of course, we all know probably, and we can criticize ourselves, that we're not doing enough in that regard. And we see that we're still, in terms of investing in technologies, we're still behind some of other countries. In R&D spending in our country members is only 0.2 to 1.5% of GDP, compared to more than 3% in other countries. So we definitely need to catch up. And why do we need to catch up? I think both keynote speakers talked about vulnerability of our economies to in recent geopolitical developments. As happened with financial infrastructure, as financial infrastructure was used as a weapon, as a Trojan horse, so to say, right? But something that we relied on, something that we trusted, all of a sudden got used against us. It was kind of, to some extent, backstabbing to our economy. The same way technology can be used. So when we're talking to a lot of our friends now, a lot of sitting in this room, when we rely solely on Anthropic, on OpenAI, on Google, etc., we need to keep in mind that it's fine. We can use them. It's fine. But we need to have our own alternative, as Alexey Logovich said, that in case those things get used against us in the future, we need to have an alternative to have our own technology, to have our own large language models and AI engines. And of course, to have them, we need to invest in them. We need to spend significant resources to invest in them to avoid having this Trojan horse in our backyard. Second, of course, it's a level of our participation of our countries in the global labor market. And we often hear from our friends from other countries that a lot of countries they don't want in the future to be used as kind of low-skilled labor and commodities provider to other countries. Because I think we've overgrown this role in the global economy. I think we can play a much bigger role. We can create our own technologies. We can create much higher skills labor, and technology can be a defining factor in terms of which role our countries will be playing in the global labor market. And of course, third, but last but not least, probably the most important, technology is the quality and level of life of the citizens of our countries. It's vital to develop it to provide for better quality of life for our people. What should we do? I think I might be repeating some of the speakers before me, but I think as we're doing in BRICS, as we're doing in NDB, we're using synergies of our strengths that we have. Synergy in using national currencies, synergies in combining our capital markets, using initiatives on insurance and credit rating agencies, as Alexey already mentioned. I think we need to pool our resources the same way, to pool the resources in banks like New Development Bank. I was sitting, listening to the keynote speakers, and image of a stapler came into my head, a stapler that staples sheets together. And the New Development Bank is like a stapler that staples countries together and unites us, no matter what, no matter the politics. It's economical staple that links us all together. And I think pooling resources through institutions, key institutions like New Development Bank, is key to our success in financing these technologies, because we need enormous resources for that, to finance technologies in nuclear energy, in fusion energy, in AI. As we said, we need to actually, nuclear we're already discussing, but AI, we need to also think as NDB directors and governors, we need to think about how we finance AI development in the global south through NDB. I think it's very important. Biotech, I think, also very important for the future. I'm out of time, so I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chebaskov, Deputy Minister of Finance, Russia. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Anuradha Thakur, Alternate Governor for India, and also a Secretary at Department of Economic Affairs in Ministry of Finance, India. So, Your Excellency, it's very interesting how now Russia closely cooperates with India, and this possesses a lot of benefits, hopefully, for both countries, but also a lot of challenges in terms of currency and so on. So, given the topic of this seminar, what would you kind of put a spotlight on right now in 2026?
Thank you so much. First of all, dear Madam President of the NDB, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Russia, dear governors, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by thanking the NDB and the Russian Federation for so warmly hosting us. And it's a pleasure to join at this very timely seminar. I would like to focus on what we can do, what we have to learn from each other, and how, while moving forward, we can be answerable to our own countries and to the people, because we have so many similarities in terms of large aspirational populations, as well as the desire and the path of development that all of us as members are taking. We are meeting at a very defining moment for the global economy. The technological revolution unfolding today across artificial intelligence, digital platforms, clean energy systems, and life sciences is transforming production, governance, and human development at a pace and depth unprecedented in history. It was in the context of this that in the AI India Impact Summit in 2026 earlier this year, that India underscored that development financing must be anchored in 3 pillars: people, planet, and progress, so that advanced technologies like AI, we help in advancing inclusive growth, sustainability, and transformative development outcomes. For emerging markets and developing countries, this revolution presents a pivotal choice. Technology can be a powerful engine of productivity, resilience, and inclusion. Equally, without deliberate policy action, it can entrench dependency, widen inequalities, and undermine economic sovereignty. The challenge before us, therefore, is not whether technological change will happen, but how it will be shaped, financed, and governed. India's development journey offers some important lessons. We have treated technological transformation not as an end in itself, but as a tool for inclusive growth, anchored in scale, affordability, and access for all. Over the past decade, we have built strong digital public infrastructure, including digital identity, payments, and data sharing systems, which form the backbone of the unified payments interface, where we have brought together even small vendors and rural citizens into the digital economy. But technology alone cannot substitute strong physical infrastructure. India's transition towards renewable energy, green hydrogen, and energy storage is being pursued alongside investments in manufacturing, logistics, so that we can ensure jobs and competitiveness to our people, and also intermesh with the global economy and our friends at the NDB, which are all the members here. However, the scale of investment required to navigate this transition exceeds the capacity of public finances of any one country alone. This brings multilateral development banks into sharp focus. In an era of rapid technological change, NDBs need to evolve in 3 important ways. First, development finance must broaden its support for technology-enabling infrastructure and innovation systems, including connectivity, energy system, data, and skills. Finance must be patient, catalytic in nature, and aligned with long-term development outcomes. Second, NDBs can play a proactive role in advancing country-driven innovation pathways. Technological solutions must be adapted to local contexts, regulatory systems, and development priorities. Supporting local innovation capacity is essential to prevent technological dependence, a lot of which was spoken before me, to strengthen resiliency and sovereignty. Third, MDBs must themselves embrace technological transformation by leveraging digital tools, data analytics, innovative financial instruments. MDBs can enhance operational efficiency, improve risk management, and dramatically strengthen development impact. In this context, MDBs need to address systemic risks that a lot of these new technologies pose to the global financial system. And in this context, the new development bank has a distinctive role for all of us. Rooted in EMDC priorities, it has been already doing so and can further promote South-South learning, support innovative financing, and foster technology-driven development. Looking ahead, global cooperation and cooperation amongst ourselves is critical. Technology transcends borders, and its benefits will not be evenly distributed without collective action. I urge, therefore, that all of us here together leverage technology widely for EMDC countries like ourselves, because it has the potential, together we have the potential to showcase to the world how technology can drive equitable and sustainable development. India remains committed to working with the NDB and its members to advance this agenda and ensure that this revolution becomes a catalyst for shared prosperity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anuradha Thakur. And I would like to give the word to Ms. Chan Junhong, Temporary Alternate Governor for China and Assistant Administrator of Finance, China. Well, China is, of course, playing a key role in BRICS, in New Development Bank, in almost every aspect of those three revolutions that we are having right now going on. So it's especially interesting to hear what do you think is the most important topic or revolution, so to say, right, out of these three that we have? So what would you put a spotlight on in 2026? So it's especially interesting. And of course, thank you for joining us, by the way. So please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. And Madam President and Deputy Prime Minister, thank you so much for inviting me, and also honored to join this seminar. And the keynote speech by Professor Jeffrey Sachs and also Deputy Prime Minister are very inspiring. And the three transformations, three revolutions actually are reshaping the global landscape, economic landscape, in an unprecedented manner. How to seize this historic opportunity for leapfrog development, where addressing the constraints is high on each country's agenda. I would like to share a few observations on China's experience on digital transformation, and also some observations on NDB's position in helping developing countries navigate those revolutions. You have to look at country-specific, because the developing countries differ in development stage and require country-specific development solutions. So if you look at China, a country context, what's the country context for China, especially in the past 10 years? Why the tech innovation becomes an essential tool for China in the past 10 years. There are three major structural shifts which make imperative for China to advance at the frontier of tech transformation. The first shift is the pace of economic growth. After almost 3 decades of rapid economic growth, which about 10% annual economic growth, and China has been entering into the medium and high growth stage. And the average annual growth rate dropped down from the 10% in the past 3 decades down to 6.7% from year 2011 to 2020, and further down to 5.4% from year 2021 to 2025. For a large economy like China, such structural moderation requires a new source of growth to sustain the long-term development. The second is the shift in the growth model. As everybody understands, over the past 10 years, the Chinese economy has been in a dramatic transition from investment-driven to the consumption-driven. The domestic demand play a more prominent role in growth. Such transition is not simply a change in policy orientation. It really reflects the need to shift toward high-quality, more inclusive, and innovation-driven development. The third is a rapid demographic change, which is very prominent in China. Unlike many advanced economies where demographic transition normally unfolded over several decades, China is experiencing a more compressed and rapid demographic shift. The latest statistics show the average age of China's labor force is close to 40. And people aged 60 and above accounts for 23%, and age 65 about accounts for 16% last year in 2025. That has brought acute challenges associated with the aging and decline of traditional demographic dividend. So sustaining productivity growth increasingly depends on human capital development and tech innovations. We have to rely on. And how China, and what's the China approach to advance such a transformation? China's experience over the past decade revealed that we need striking a balance between the state and market, needs the combination of government guidance and market-driven forces. On the government side, the long-term strategic planning, as Professor Jeffrey Sachs mentioned, play a very critical role in China. Policy instruments such as 5-year plan and the National Medium and Long-Term Development Program for Science and Technology has provided clear strategic direction. Public investment in science and technology has increased significantly in the 14th 5-year plan, which is closed 2021 to 2025. The fiscal expenditure on science technology amount to 5.5 trillion RMB, which is up to 34% over the last 5-year period. And R&D expenditure as a share of GDP reached to 2.8% in last year. And Ivan just mentioned in Russia it's 0.23%. In China it's 2.8%, which is even exceeding the OECD average for the first time in the last year. A range of supportive policies, incentives, targeted subsidies have also introduced to encourage innovation and industry upgrading. China has also established a large government-backed fund to channel the investment, channel our savings into strategic emerging sectors such as semiconductor sectors. And market mechanisms remain essential. Tech innovation depends on entrepreneurship, computation, efficient allocation of resources, and enabling market environment is crucial for business to innovate, invest, scale up new tech. Today, private firms account for over 92% of high-tech companies, contributing 70% of China's innovation output. Many emerging industries, like what we always call the new three, EVs, EV batteries, and polar products, has been shaped to a large extent by the market competition. It's not developed by the public, it's by the private, and by the private sector dynamics. External pressures, such due to the geopolitics, have also pushed China to accelerate the tech innovation. And in this regard, what's the NDB position? In my view, NDB serve as important providers of global public goods, which is also mentioned by the professor, have bridged the digital divide and addressed the gaps in global digital governance. And many developing countries withstand at different stages of development and face diverse constraints in adapting to the digital economy, require support in digital infrastructure, institutional capacity, and also human develop capital to benefit from the tech transformation. In this regard, MDBs can make valuable contribution through development financing, policy support, and capacity building. And compared with the other peers, I think NDB has a distinguished niche as a latecomer in supporting his clients to harness the opportunities of the tech renovation. His membership gives his comparative advantage in scaling up innovation across large and fast-growing economies, and is firm grounded in client-driven by adopting the country-specific solutions and approach rather than one-size-fits-all development doctrines. This allows NDB to work in close collaboration with the member countries, especially with the member national policy banks, to make further efforts. So in this regard, China stands ready to continue work all MDBs, especially with the NDB. and to support the innovation-driven development in developing countries. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Ms. Chang Jun-hon. And well, next we have actually two African countries standing on the opposite side of the continent. And let me please welcome Temporary Lieutenant Governor for South Africa, His Excellency Duncan Peters, joining us. So we had very interesting comment by Alexey Overchuk today, saying that sovereignty is actually one of the key components of surviving in this new world, though NDB is actually something that unites and well, helps to sort of unify the technologies, given the alternative on the one side, but also kind of creating a new structure, a new system instead of the old one systems. So South Africa is actually on a sort of very interesting point in here, and we would really like to see the South African view on this global transformation that we have here in 2026, which is, as was said in the beginning, at sort of crazy speed now, and the pace is actually accelerating. So what does South Africa think of that, and what do you think is the most important issue now in 2026?
Thank you for your question. Good afternoon to everyone. Let me start by greeting Your Excellencies, the NDB President, Deputy Prime Minister of Russia, the fellow governors, members of the NDB Board of Directors, the many NDB staff that are here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also express our appreciation to the government of Russia for their very generous hospitality, for hosting us here in this beautiful and historic city, and also for arranging such fantastic weather for while we are here. The previous speakers spoke about the fact that we are undergoing some very significant transformations at the moment, and I want to focus specifically on the digital aspect of this and the implications of that for the NDB as well. This current wave of change that we are seeing, spanning AI, digital systems, energy innovation, is of course reshaping the productive capacity of our economies, which some of the members have spoken to, but also the global development landscape itself. As Professor Sachs hinted, but also the Deputy Prime Minister for Russia, the transformation that we are seeing and the various transformations is unfolding in a context of growing fragmentation and uneven access. And for emerging markets and developing countries, the stakes are particularly high and the opportunities are therefore also great. Over the next decade, more than 1 billion young people in developing countries will reach working age, and whether they find opportunities or are left behind depends on our ability to ensure that the digital economy in its advancement also includes the most vulnerable. The technology changes that we are talking about, the digital stacks that we need to develop, presents a tangible opportunity to leapfrog traditional development barriers, as we've seen in the experience of places like China and India and others. We therefore need deliberate action to ensure that the innovation does not remain concentrated in a few areas, which would reinforce dependence rather than enabling transformation. In the AI era, the digital divide is also a divide in quality and capability, and we must therefore ensure that the Global South acts as an active innovator and not a passive consumer, echoing some of the remarks that have been made previously, by addressing local challenges with local solutions. And it also requires development finance to evolve beyond traditional infrastructure financing, and that's where the NDB will need to play an important role, and I'll touch on our views on the areas that the NDB should prioritize. Shifting now to the role of the NDB and the mobilization of resources, which remain a critical challenge. Many developing countries are still experiencing very high levels of debt, restricting their ability to invest in digital infrastructure. Connecting the unconnected and building domestic technological capacity requires financing at a scale that no single government can achieve alone. And that's why strengthened international and regional cooperation will be essential in order to both mobilize finance at scale, but also to facilitate knowledge sharing and support the diffusion of technology across countries. We also have other things we can leverage: innovative financing instruments, public-private partnerships, and other mechanisms to de-risk investment, particularly in areas such as data infrastructure and small-scale data solutions that can address challenges in health and infrastructure. Let me now make 3 brief points about the role that the NDB can play as a multilateral institution of and for emerging markets. We believe the NDB is uniquely positioned to, firstly, support innovation and tech industry development by scaling up its lending both to the private and the public sectors to invest in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology in our member countries. And very importantly, this will require the NDB to scale up its co-financing arrangements with local DFIs. It's something that we've discussed a lot at the board level, and something that should become an urgent priority if we are going to achieve the scale that we would like. We also need to consider new mechanisms, different mechanisms to fund venture investments in the tech sector. Mechanisms such as special funds that could target early-stage companies that drive innovation in the tech sector in NDB member countries. And then finally, as we've heard here today, there is a lot of very good experience that can be shared between member countries. We can certainly close some of our technology gaps through knowledge sharing and the promotion of sustainable, inclusive technological solution among the different countries. And I think the NDB can definitely enhance its role as a knowledge hub by facilitating knowledge exchange. In conclusion, the technological revolution presents, in our view, a defining moment for development. The choices we make today to invest in connectivity or to permit the divide to widen will determine whether this era deepens global inequality or drives shared progress. And as shareholders and other member countries with an interest in the NDB, we must ensure that the NDB and other MDBs, of which we are all members and governors, become crucial partners in fostering innovation, building the digital infrastructure we need, and enabling financial inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Duncan Peters, Director General, National Treasury of South Africa. And well, to continue the African insight on the topic of this seminar, I would like to welcome Your Excellency Dr. Samar Al-Adal, Temporary Lieutenant Governor for Egypt and Deputy Minister of International Cooperation, Egypt. And Dr. Al-Adal, before you say, just to address Duncan Peters, you know, the weather in Moscow is not very typical for now, so I think we need to thank Global South countries for making it. So, Dr. Al-Adal, it's very interesting how these the people on this stage are representing 2 biggest continents in the world, and Egypt, being a country in North Africa, also has its challenges, but those challenges are also shared with the other BRICS countries. And as Mr. Duncan Peters said, the shared experience, the shared positive experience, the shared knowledge is also one of the advantages of countries joining NDB. So what would your country say in this topic in 2026, where we are at this stage of technological revolution, and where is Egypt in all of that?
Thanks. Thank you so much for all insightful discussions and experiences that have been shared, starting from this very fruitful seminar. Your Excellency, Madam Delma, the President of NDB, His Excellency, Deputy Minister of Russian Federation, Excellencies, distinguished governors, and esteemed colleagues, it's an honor to stand before you today on behalf of His Excellency, Dr. Badr Abdelati, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Expertise of the Arab Republic of Egypt. At the outset, allow me to express our sincere appreciation to the Russian Federation for the outstanding arrangements and generous hospitality extended to all delegations here, as well as to the new Development Bank for convening this timely and forward-looking seminar under the theme of development financing in an era of technological revolution. We gather today at a critical moment in a global development. The world is witnessing a technological transformation driven by artificial intelligence, digital innovation, renewable energy technologies, and rapid scientific advancement. What distinguishes this moment is not only the scale of technological change, but also its accelerating pace and increasing complexity of implications for economies, societies, and development models worldwide. For emerging markets and developing countries, these transformations presents both significant opportunities and important responsibilities. Technology today is no longer merely a tool for modernization. It becomes a defining factor in enhancing productivity, strengthening resilience, improving public services, also advancing food security and climate actions, and enabling nations to leapfrog traditional stage of development. At the same time, ensuring inclusive and sustainable technological transformation requires adequate financing, effective governance, knowledge sharing, and strong international cooperation. In this regard, the new Development Bank continues to play an increasingly important role in supporting sustainable development priorities also across its member countries, especially through its strong focus on infrastructure, innovation, connectivity, and sustainable financing solutions tailored to the needs and realities of emerging economies. Egypt recognized the importance of artificial intelligence at an early stage, not only as a technological tool, but also as a strategic catalyst for development and also social justice. From this point of view, the Egyptian government has taken pioneer steps in the field of AI governance and capacity building to ensure the continuation of the accelerating pace at which this technology is developing. This is the part that we will give you more insights about the Egyptian experience, starting with the establishment of the National Council for Artificial Intelligence in 2019 and the Applied Innovation Center and the launch of the Egyptian Charter for Responsible Artificial Intelligence, and reaching the second phase of the 5 years national strategy for artificial intelligence, which is His Excellency, the President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, launched in 2025. In this strategy, Egypt focuses on integrating artificial intelligence into government services, increasingly partnerships between the public and private sectors, and giving priority to scientific research in various economic and services fields, while also working to perceive the linguistic heritage by facilitating across access to technology in the Arab language. Egypt is also supporting the startups ecosystem to enable entrepreneurs to employ emerging technologies, especially AI, in key areas and giving the strategic importance of this sector to Egypt's future growth. The government has established a dedicated ministerial group tasked with coordinating policies and fostering innovation and ensuring that startups have the support they need to scale and compete globally. Let me conclude by emphasizing that the technological revolution should not be viewed merely as a challenge to adapt to, but rather a historical opportunity to redefine development in a more equal and sustainable manner. Through stronger partnerships, deeper South-South cooperation, and a shared commitment to innovation and sustainable development, we can ensure that together that technology becomes a force for prosperity, inclusion, and long-term resilience for all our nations. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much for this great speech, Dr. Alexey, and thank you for joining. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this New Development Bank Flagship Governors Seminar became a great start for these 2 days, 11th Annual Meeting of the Board of Governors, and gave some more insights and points for cooperation. And what I like the most is how we kind of touch not only on the technology-specific shift that we are having, but as Jeffrey Sachs said in the beginning, we have several shifts, several challenges in the world right now, which are very intertwined. Well, as the challenges and revolutions are intertwined, I hope so the solutions and the knowledge is very intertwined, and the importance of this discussion is how shared knowledge, not only shared resources, but also shared knowledge is the main advantage of this cooperation. So I wish you all a great 2 days work at this annual meeting. And I would also like to one more time thank our distinguished guests and participants, all of you, and especially Her Excellency Mrs. Dilma Rousseff, President of New Development Bank, and His Excellency Mr. Alexey Overchuk, Deputy Prime Minister of Russian Federation, and all of the governors present here being part of this panel discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now having lunch in the hall, so I wish you a productive time here, and thank you one more time for joining. Thank you for cooperation. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, let's start. Thank you very much, whoever, dear guests, for joining our session today on the universities of the new economy. Our session today is going to be in English, so I hope we're not going to speak too fast, but I hope you can understand it. Right? Universities and human capital and education in general is, of course, the cornerstone of new economic development, right? We know full well that all the countries that made the transition from developing to developed status over the course of 20th century did so first and foremost by developing human capital. Only 5 countries, by the way, made it, and they had the R&D expenditure significantly higher than those other countries that didn't make it. And that's one fact. The second fact, of course, is that almost the entire growth currently depends on investment in R&D, in deep tech technologies and related topics. And this, of course, heavily depends on human capital. And universities, as institutions, they play a unique role in this kind of growth, because we, as universities, we actually produce human capital, if we will, right? We take the best students, we do our best to educate them, to introduce them to the world of technology, and ultimately to foster the growth of the economy. And BRICS countries and member countries of New Development Bank are, of course, at the forefront in that regard, because we collectively possess around 8 million STEM graduates every year, which, of course, translates into high potential for growth. And, of course, universities need to adapt as well, right? We as schools, we cannot stay the same we used to be in mid-20th century or even earlier, because the economy is changing, technologies are changing, students are changing. And today we have a unique set of panelists to discuss this topic. Joining us today are Evgeny Ivashkevich, President of the Central University, Russia. Anton Suvorov, President of the New Economic School, Russia. Konstantin Markelov, Vice President of T-Bank. Anton Guglia, Head of Quantum and Related Technologies, Gazprom Bank. And Professor Li Ko-Ching Li, Karek Institute. Yours truly, Ilya Ivaninsky, Central University. Professor Li, first question to you, if you don't mind. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't mind, right? You sit right at the answer. We begin with question to you, of course, right? China is obviously the biggest economy globally right now, right? And its growth, first and foremost, is driven by technology, right? We all know Chinese success in AI, in robotics. Right now, we see this merging of these two trends, right? When AI meets robotics, and we see these spectacular shows that China puts together, right? We see that AI, like DeepSeek and Qwen and other tools, are predominant way of actually applying AI across the globe, except US, right? But still. And of course, it would be very interesting to know what role do universities and does research play in this amazing technological growth?
Thank you. Thank you very much. You give me a big surprise. I didn't realize I would be the first speaker.
Of course.
Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to join such a wonderful panel to discuss such an important issue for all of us. Apparently, technology is reshaping our society. When you go to China, I think you can identify almost in every aspect the impact of technology to people's daily life. Not mention the higher education. I think this morning during the Governors Seminar, the Assistant Minister from CMOF, Chinese Ministry of Finance, Madame Chang, have introduced some information, situation, case about China in promoting high-tech economy, right? Innovation-driven economy, digital economy. And to answer your question, I think there's no doubt that the new model economy or digital economy is developing very rapidly in China. In the process, universities, academic institutions, they are playing a very, very important role, I would like to say. Without the contribution from universities, I don't think it's possible for China to make such a big progress in its digital economy. The first, I think, very important contribution actually comes from talent development. I think that's the major task for universities, no matter what kind of universities, right? They have to work very hard to develop all kinds of talent the society needed. I have a few numbers here. I think our friends in this room, you may know that China has a huge population, right? 1.4 billion. Among that huge population, we also have a very huge number of engineers and technicians. So according to some statistics, China has over 17 million engineers and technicians. Then every year, the number of graduates majored in engineering is around 1.3 million. It's bigger than the total population of some countries, right? And the number of STM graduates is around 5 million each year. I think with this kind of talent development, China is able to have a high quality engineering team, technician team, which can support the high-tech development. The second role, I think the universities is playing, it acts as the major contributor, at least one of the major contributor of new ideas, new methodology, and patent applications. Actually, nowadays, many universities in China, they are playing leading roles in artificial intelligence, in advanced manufacturing, new energy, and some other, even space technology in China. Many national laboratories are run by universities. Universities also contribute a lot in terms of R&D spending, R&D expenditure. This morning, the assistant minister mentioned last year, R&D expenditure in China is 2.8% of GDP, which is quite high, right? A large part of the R&D expenditure actually is contributed by universities nowadays. This is the second. The third, I think the universities contribute to the development of new economies through developing enabling environment for innovation, as well as technology transfer and application. Here, I would like to share with you some cases. Our moderator mentioned about a very famous company in China called DeepSeek, right? DeepSeek. In China, now we have a concept. I think, friends, you must have the concept of 4 little dragons, 4 little tigers, right? Those concepts refer to the economies in East Asia. Nowadays in China, we have a concept we call the little 6 dragon, 6 little dragon. 6 little dragon refers to 6 high-tech companies. They all are located in Hangzhou City. Hangzhou City is the capital city of Zhejiang province. By the way, it's so beautiful. I'm originally from Shanghai. Hangzhou is very close to Shanghai. Moscow is so beautiful. This is my first trip to this beautiful city. I also would like to invite you guys to visit Shanghai and Hangzhou. Both are also very, very beautiful. And so what's the link between the little six little dragon with universities? Actually, out of the six, three founders of the six dragon actually are the graduates or the faculty of Zhejiang University, a leading university including DeepSeek. The founder, Mr. Liang Wenfeng. And the other one, which is quite a famous company in robots. He's a graduate from another university, Zhejiang University of Technology, which is also located in Hangzhou. So those leading universities, they are trying to create a kind of enabling environment. So not contribute talents, not only contribute the new ideas, new patterns, but also try to create an enabling environment to facilitate entrepreneurship, to facilitate technology transfer and application. In that way, I think universities in China now are playing more and more important role in promoting new technology development, in promoting digital economy. Let me stop here, I guess. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Li. By the way, okay, that's where I like your analogy of six little dragons, right? I think. And it's especially important and impressive that in China, as we showed in our report today, the share of R&D that actually gets converted to startups is significantly higher than in most emerging markets, including all the member states in BRICS and New Development Bank. So congratulations on that, right? I hope that soon we're going to see not 6, but like 60 dragons in that area, right? But let's move on. Thank you very much. Konstantin, question to you. So Professor Li mentioned 6 little dragons. I don't know, in Russia we don't have dragons, you know. We mostly have bears, right? But if we were to list several big bears in Russia, I'm sure T-Bank and T-Technology would definitely make it, right? Make the list, because that's clearly one of the leading companies that de facto defines the way that modern technology works, the way that technology looks like. And of course, some time ago, T-Bank shaped globally the way the fintech looks like, right? And famously, people during the IPO and roadshow said that you didn't build the best online bank in Russia, you built the best online bank in the world, right? And I can concur to this. As I travel the world, I see that people everywhere globally know the bank and know their organization, right? And right now, you, as an organization, you contribute immensely to the development of technology in Russia and to education in Russia, even including our central university, because some people may know, some people may not know. T-Bank and T-Technology is one of the main founder of Central University, and thank you very much for that. So, Konstantin, I would like to ask you, what role does research and education play in the overall business model of T-Bank and T-Technology, and why do you do all these amazing things?
Okay. First of all, I would like to thanks for coming. Hello to everyone. Answering your question, so T-Bank has always been much closer to a technological company than to a traditional bank. And from the very beginning, we built our business around the mathematicians, engineers, data science. And for about 70% of all of our employers, T-Bank is the first place of work. It's really huge number, as I think. And by the way, test and learn always has been the most important part of our DNA, of our company. And we historically approached to a business like a scientific discipline. So it's an experiments, a lot of models, hypotheses, fast iteration, and so on. And that is why education is for us, education and science for us is not just like a philanthropy or employer branding is the part of our business model by itself. If you're building like frontier technologies such as AI, biotech, or cybersecurity, you cannot simply wait for education system can adapt. And you cannot outsource your future of your company, of your technologies to the education system. And because technology evolves quickly, and companies themselves have to participate in building talent pipeline, talent ecosystem, of course with collaboration with universities, not by themselves at all. And we historically collaborated with the universities across the country. And that is why we create education, we create our own tech Olympiads, STEM, several STEM initiatives, research labs, and of course Central University. And Central University is not a corporate university, it's a original university where student comes, and it's not for hiring them, it's universities that built by a business to a future economy. And we believe that universities should have much tighter feedback loop between business, research and talents. And it's really important thing. Education programs should adapt faster. Students should work on real world problems and challenges. By the way, one of the most important things that we try to teach in our university is the ability to solve problems that don't have obvious solution. And we really, that is why we like to hire juniors on T-Technology, on T-Bank, because that kind of professionals can solve unsolvable problem just because they don't know that this problem is unsolvable. And it's really important ability that we try to teach here. For the companies, Central University is also a very good thing. Companies can get access to the talent and fresh ideas, and research can be even closer to innovative development. And for us, as I said, Central University is not just a pipeline for hiring and not like HR branding. It's a much bigger idea, as I said previously. We try, T-Bank and T-Technology, we try to rethink every industry and every area that we enters, and education, including education. I believe that Central University can become the future, can become the place where future technological leaders are born, breakthrough technologies born, and new innovation companies are born. And potentially for us, for T-Technology, it's could be a new point of capitalization of the whole group. At the same time, research and becoming a really critical investment for all of the companies. I recently visited China, and I visited a technological company of China, and I was really impressed of one simple idea of the company. Some of the companies openly says that their mission is to live more than 102 years. As for me, it's really interesting idea. And when you think in 100 years horizon, education, science, and research, so it becomes obvious strategic investments, obvious idea that you need to invest into them. And final point here is that previously banks were compete for transactions but historically, but in the future, or it's nowadays, technological company competes for talents, for intelligence, and of course for innovation speed.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we have guests from multiple countries here, and I think many countries and many businesses can actually learn from T-Bank and T-Technology with regards to managing education, managing science. I think, yeah, I encourage everybody to catch Konstantin and learn from the experience of T-Bank in that regard, which is definitely internationally transferable. Anton, if we were to list big technological bears, or whichever is animal of choice in Russia, I think Gazprom Bank would definitely make it top 10 as well, to be sure, maybe even higher.
Yeah,
right?
we're partly raised, partly bears, partly
yeah,
dragons.
okay, yes, that's one. And you have, Gazprom Bank has presence in multiple deep tech sectors, right? You do AI, you do quantum, right? And quantum, that's particularly interesting because it had its ups and downs, right? Currently, if I'm not mistaken, around 2% of global R&D investment goes to quantum technologies, and we went through like several phases of quantum growth, quantum winter, then again quantum growth, and again quantum winter. So where do we stand now, and what are there any like major breakthroughs recently? Right, that's one question. The second question is, what role does actually these technologies, does this R&D play in the business of Gazprom Bank?
Yeah, okay, thank you for the question. But Gazprom Bank is not only about quantum tech, it's about different techs and high techs and deep techs. We work closely with the Ministry of Science in Russia to support universities in Priority 2030 program. And right now it's more than 100 universities and more than 2,000 projects. We see, we analyze them, but it's about 2025. But before, in 2014, we start to support Russian Quantum Center. It's beginning from the initiative to build new type of organization in Russia, new type of scientific organization. It's about fundamental research, it's about applied research, but right now, it's not only about research, it's about startups, it's about companies who work in computing, quantum computing, and it's not only about hardware, it's about software. It's about cybersecurity, it's about quantum cryptography, post-quantum cryptography, which can protect our data against now threats, future threats. It's about quantum sensors and so on. And we try to build with the Quantum Center and with the universities in Priority 2030 like a cooperative models, like cooperative chains from the research teams to the companies who can work closely with the bank, not only as an investor, but as an industrial client. And one of the example, I think it's a great example of working with research teams. We already try to use quantum computing, but without hardware, and it's very difficult to understand how to use quantum without quantum. But we try to make software emulators of quantum computers, like a digital twins of quantum computers, and try to use them for industrial tasks, like, for example, marketing optimization tasks, financial optimizations, and so on. There are a lot of computational tasks in banks where we use our software emulations. And this is one example, but there are a lot of them. For example, new software solutions in cryptography, which not about quantum, but it's quantum inspired, if we talk something like that. Quantum inspired technologies, which only classical software, but they can protect data, our clients, our business clients, against new type of cyber attacks. And I think I will continue. There are a lot of examples, but I think the Russian Quantum Center is a really unique organization, and several companies from the Russian Quantum Center try to already work with the industry, and this is a great example to work with research teams.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Evgeny, question to you. We work in the Central University. We are new. We are, in a way, a startup. Right, we are 3-4 years old right by now, but still we are at the early stage, right, compared to some universities that are hundreds of years old, and we still are at our beginning, right? So our scale is limited, but we are growing very fast, right? Central University moves beyond teaching to research and to entrepreneurship, right? And entrepreneurship is a very important part of economy in general, right? And especially for emerging economies like Russia, like BRICS countries. And why it is important? Because we see that in emerging markets, like in our BRICS community, the rate of conversion rate from R&D to startups is less than 1%. So less than 1% of R&D gets actually converted to, of patents, gets converted to startups, whereas in technological leaders it's more than 4%, right? So it's significantly higher. Right, so can you please share your perspective on the role of entrepreneurship in the universities?
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, our university is very young. We are just 3 years old, and we are relatively small. We have 1,500 students at the moment. But I wouldn't consider this as a drawback. Instead, this is our strategic advantage. And why? Because if you look around and we look at traditional old Russian universities, then comparing to them, we do not have a legacy. We don't have a legacy which very often hold them back. This legacy includes rigid departments. This legacy includes the Soviet philosophy of pure fundamental education, as they say. And there is a popular joke among Russian students when they come to their first job position: forget everything you were taught at the university.
Yes, I heard this when I joined my first job.
Yes, exactly. And there is also, in traditional Russian university, there is a strong division between technical specialists, future technical specialists, and humanities scholars. In my view, there is an opportunity for a new university to fill this gap. This is exactly what is the goal of Central University, which was established, already was mentioned, by a technology company just 3 years ago. And from the day one of our university, our goal was to build a new environment inside the university, environment which stimulates our students and also our faculty members to transform their knowledge, to extract value from their knowledge, to transform it to the practical value for the people, for the society, for the markets. How we do this? How we try to resolve this problem? Actually, the main our approach, the solution to this problem is follows. We try to implement project approach to education, not as a one-time exercise, as a one module in the third semester, for example, but as a program which runs through across all our teaching programs. So we create test and learn laboratory where our students face real problems from our business partners. And these are our business partners, not only T-Bank. We have more than 70 Russian IT companies which are our partners. And as they formulate problems for our students, the students solve these problems and they can immediately see the market value of these problems. So they can test them on practice. And another solution is, which we also test and develop, is our engineering center, where we attract a pool of entrepreneurs who serve as mentors to our students and who help to create this entrepreneurial culture inside universities. Our overall idea is to turn our university into an entrepreneurial hub where both students and faculty members can share their ideas and to quickly run through the cycle from the theoretical knowledge to prototype and to market, which to the product for the market, which can bring practical value.
Thank you very much. I think it's very important that you said that we need to increase the speed, right? Because one of the features of BRICS economies and BRICS and New Development Bank members is a relatively slow speed of processing from going from technology to actual business, right? We know, we showed in our research that in like benchmark countries of the developed world, it takes like 4 or 5 years to go from technology to the actual business, right? Whereas in emerging markets like BRICS countries, it takes up to 9 years to go from technology to business, right? So it's like 40–50% higher number, which is of course, and so it's great, which of course too high, right? So it's great that we try to do it right, as quickly as possible.
I would also mention our multidisciplinary approach. We try to build team among our students, which includes future engineer, marketer, future designer, for them to work together. And this, again, this approach is usually absent in traditional Russian universities. And this multidisciplinary approach seems to us fundamental.
100%, 100%. And it's not only absent, by the way, as somebody who studied in several countries and visited several universities, several countries, it's not that common to see that approach of multidisciplinary. Thank you very much. Anton, question to you. Right, we are economists, right? I don't think are we the only two economists on this panel? Professor Lee, are you economist? No, me partly. No, so part. Okay, so okay, right.
Kind of.
Kind of. Right. Okay, so not just us, right?
All of us
so
kind of economists.
Good, very good. Okay, so now economics is a very peculiar type of research and type of knowledge, right? And even I would say sphere of knowledge, right? Because we do not produce patents that then immediately get translated to business, right? Physicists produce something, then we have iPhones, right? I don't know. Chemists produce something, then we have drugs, right? We economists, we do not do it like this, right? With a few exceptions, like Black-Scholes model and all that, we do not produce knowledge that directly translates to the business. However, without us economists, it's impossible to build any business, right? We need to calculate some money, we need to figure out whether we're making money or we're losing money, etc., right? So what do you think, and furthermore, it's not true, it's true not only for the level of a company, it's also true for the level of a country, right? If a country does not have a rigorous economic and innovation and financial policy, the country has literally no future, right? So what is the role of economic research these days, right? Because sometimes we hear that economics is not at its prime, right? And some people even say like no new ideas in economics. I disagree with this, but what's your perspective on that?
Well, I think that thinking about economic research as something obsolete and redundant is a very naive and mistaken view. Just to give a few examples. If we think about the work of economists who helped design spectrum auctions, it's very measurable. The difference in revenues between smartly designed spectrum auctions and not so smartly designed were of the order of magnitude. So the stakes are dozens or hundreds of billions of dollars in this particular domain. Economists helped to design non-monetary markets for organ exchange, if you think about the work of Nobel laureate Elvin Roth, and it's of extreme value, or the markets for efficient matching between graduates of medical schools and hospitals, and things like that. So it's actually, if we think about smart market design, economics is also kind of an engineering discipline which has very particular and very measurable applications. Second, economics became a science which is very smart at identifying causal relationships and causal impact. And this is very important to make the optimal use of technology, which is developing very rapidly. There's a famous quote by another Nobel laureate, Robert Solow, from the late 80s. You can see computers everywhere, save in the growth statistics. Implementing technology is important, but to do it in a smart way, one needs to understand organizational design and to create incentives. And it's economics which studies how people make choices, how organizations and people react to incentives, and how ultimately institutions should be designed in an optimal way to make the societies work for the common good. So I think it's difficult to overestimate the role of economics these days.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope that people hear us, right? Because indeed we live in an interesting environment where many assumptions of economics get challenged and sometimes proven right, right? But still people try to challenge it again and again, like imposing tariffs every now and then. Some people do that, right? But let's not go into this. Right? Thank you very much, Anton. Professor Lee, second question to you, right? So I would like to talk about a little bit about international cooperation. Right, we, in the research that we prepared for this seminar, we estimated the impact of increased investment and increased activity in R&D, in the VC markets, in BRICS community, right? And we saw the starking differences of impact when countries cooperate and when countries do not cooperate. And just to put it in perspective, if countries do not cooperate, the estimated impact is around $860 billion per year, whereas when countries do cooperate, right, the estimated impact is more than $2.7 trillion per year, right? So it's 4 times difference with cooperation or without cooperation. So it's clearly important for countries to cooperate. And you have quite significant experience, right, in building international cooperation. And it would be great to hear your perspective on what are the main drivers of this successful international cooperation, and what role do we as academic institutions can play in fostering this academic cooperation, this international cooperation, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the excellent question. I think the annual meeting of NDB is the right platform to discuss such a great question. For the international community, I think apparently there are lots of reasons to cooperate rather than confront, right? Especially for R&D. Apparently, it's quite risky. It's also very costly, right? Our colleague mentioned about quantum technology. It needs a lot of investment. At the same time, there's a huge uncertainty whether you can succeed, right? How long does you need to be succeed? So in this scenario, I think international cooperation actually provide a solution. A solution means that different stakeholders coming from different countries, we work together, we explore synergy among us. We contribute our own expertise to the contribution. We share the cost, share the benefit, share the risk, right? So there are lots of reasons why we need an international cooperation rather than confrontation. But the issue is, as our very smart moderator asked, how to ensure the success of the international cooperation. How to inject enough momentum for international cooperation. I think to promote international cooperation, apparently, the first, you must have a cooperative mindset, right? International cooperation, that's not a zero-sum game. Right? That's a kind of game, 1 + 1 bigger than 2. How to achieve the additional value through cooperation. How to make it bigger, the benefits bigger than doing it independently. I think we need to have the kind of cooperative mindset. Of course, in order to have that kind of cooperative mindset, we also need to develop trust, mutual trust. I'm sure our colleagues, friends in this room, all are very familiar with the term critical mineral, right? But back to 10 years ago, or 20 years ago, in China, I read a lot of news about the rare earths. I never realized it will become a critical mineral, right? Why it become a critical mineral? Without trust, without cooperation, nothing will not be critical. Imagine, today maybe rare earth, tomorrow maybe even water, right? Then under that kind of scenario, without cooperation, the cost for all of us will be much, much higher. The speed for R&D will be much, much slower. So the first thing I think is cooperative mindset. The second, of course, in order to promote international cooperation, we need a cooperative platform. We need to set up various cooperative platform. I think NDB is a very good platform. Karachi Institute, where I'm from, as a regional international organization, it's a very good platform. I think universities are also a very good platform. The third, I think we need to create an enabling environment for international cooperation, right? We need an international governance, right institution arrangement for cooperation. And the last one, of course, in order to promote international cooperation, we need to have the kind of long-term perspective. Research, R&D takes some time. If we just look at tomorrow, it's very difficult to cooperate, right? And to answer your other question, what kind of role academic community can play in promoting international cooperation? I think there are lots of role the academic community can play in promoting international cooperation. The first, of course, I think universities, research institutes in different countries have different expertise. So through international cooperation, they can work together, they can complement with each other to speed up innovation and knowledge dilution. The second, of course, they can work together to contribute to capacity building. I think that's very critical for all countries. I give you an example. Karachi Institute, we plan to work together with Zhejiang University. I mentioned the leading university in AI in China, to co-organize regional cooperation leadership training in Zhejiang University, focusing on AI education in this summer. If our friends in this room are interested, we are very happy to extend you an invitation for that activity. So academic community can contribute to capacity building through international cooperation. And one more area, I think the academic community can contribute for international cooperation is help the international community to improve international governance. Because in universities, we have all kinds of talents, right? We have experts in international law, in economics, in management, in physics, chemistry, all kinds, right? So they can contribute a lot in supporting the strengthening of governance. The last point I want to mention, the role the academic community can play actually is contribute to independent evaluation to facilitate peer learning and to improve effectiveness of the cooperation. Actually, that's a unique advantage I think academic community has. They are independent, they have expertise. Yeah, let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's excellently said, right? Great thoughts for cooperation, and both within the sectors and cross sectors, and within countries and cross countries, right? It's very important. Konstantin, question to you, also regarding cooperation, especially international cooperation. Russia is the leading country for fintech, right? There are very few, as a researcher in fintech, I can fully confidently say this, right? We are one of the very few countries, together with China, by the way, who reached the highest level of fintech development globally, right? However, collaboration of Russian fintech abroad has been limited, right, at best, right? Does not happen very often. So, are there any formats? But still, we believe that it's cooperation and collaboration is important, right? So, are there any formats, do you think, for this kind of collaboration? And what do you think? Maybe like research or education can be a platform for this kind of cooperation for Russian fintech globally.
Short answer, yes, for sure. But let me tell you a couple of stories that can show how can we improve such a cooperation mindset that we hear previously. Obviously, that cooperation in fintech is critically important today is in many reasons. And I think primary is just because their customers has their cross-border interests. So it's the first most important reason. That is why it's really important. And in such a frontier technologies like biotech or maybe even AI, so cross-border collaboration is also one of the especially important because there is no any countries that can pose all of the competences by itself. And universities and labs, as you said, can play a huge role here for such a kind of collaboration. Speaking about Russia, so Russia is not only for its highly developed fintech, not only for the culture or science historically, but also for its engineering, physics, and mathematics school and Olympiad traditions. In many ways, Russian fintech is built on the top of that engineering culture and competences. In today's such a fragmented world, collaboration in science and education becomes even more valuable because it benefits all of the sides who participate in that. And this is why I think education and research can become very important bridges for international collaborations. And we already see that on the practice. So in my example, here's about T-Education that developed its own bread technological Olympiads in applied technologies. For example, PROD, P-R-O-D, is now one of the largest Olympiad in industrial software engineering, bringing together more than 10,000 participants from 62 countries all over the world. So we also run like a DANO Olympiad. It's a large-scale data science Olympiad with more than 20,000 participants. Also, students from that trained with our ecosystem won 3 gold medals on cybersecurity Olympiad. They won 6 gold medals in Olympiads of artificial intelligence. And I think these initiatives are very important, not only because of the medals or competitions by themselves. They create international engineering communities. They create trust. This is about the cooperation mindset. They create networks and share technological culture between future researchers, founders, and engineers. And this is the very important fact. These initiatives connect talented engineers, researchers, and future from different countries around real technological problems. And competitions and research collaborations create long-term connection between people who may later become like a founders of even businesses who in the future will build technologies, companies and maybe the whole industries. From that perspective, education and science becomes the first layer of collaboration long before business partnerships appears. And so, answering your question, so yes, I believe that education and science one of the most productive forms of international cooperation. And hopefully, these bridges can later help institutions like FinTech collaborate more effectively as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Konstantin.
Thank you.
I think it's great that you mentioned Olympiads, right? Because Olympiads, I think they were created in the Soviet Union, actually, originally. And right now, if you look at the success of China and Chinese companies, to a very large extent, it depends on sort of the similar process of selecting talented students and talented individuals across the country using these kinds of Olympiads. And then they go to special classes, then they go to special groups in the university, and ultimately they build these 6 small dragons, and however many dragons are going to be out there. So it's great that we can, in Russia, continue to do this. And thank you very much for T-Bank and the T-Technology for providing this. By the way, I just had a thought that we probably should next year build our deadline Olympiad also internationally, right? Why limit ourselves, right? Right, but okay, this we discussed separately, right? Now let's move to Anton, to you. So we just discussed the very important aspect of cooperation, right? That it's international cooperation, and I think Konstantin mentioned that not one country possesses enough resources to do everything by itself, right? And I completely agree with this. So given the broad scope of research interests of Gazprombank, right, what do you see as the sort of the most promising sectors, and which countries within, say, broader BRICS community you think are the key providers of R&D expertise in those sectors?
Okay, but I think it depends on technologies. For example, we have an active startup which can build a new type of cryptographic algorithms called post-quantum cryptography. It doesn't matter what it is, but it's about cryptography and math. And this company not only builds software products, but help government to make new standards of Russian cyber defense politics, Russian new standards of cryptography for all government, for all people in our country. And we don't want, and we cannot export this technology because it's a really sovereign technology for our country. But on the other side, we have a company, like startup, which can build new type of interfaces for different type of computers, like quantum computers, neuromorphic computers, and so on. And we see like business in oil and gas industry and financial industry would like to use quantum computers from China because you have powerful quantum computers, and then it's great. But now there are no possibility to use from our country your computers. And this company might be an open window, like a unified interface for all computers, for all BRICS countries, and China most of all, because they're really powerful computers. And in this company, we already do negotiations with startups and the government companies in China, how to bring this computation time or computation window, computational approach to our huge companies, mostly in the oil and gas and financial industry. China most of all.
Okay, that's a clear answer. Thank you very much. Right? China most of all. That's right. We just can take proportionally to the size of the GDP, right? And that's going to be right on. Okay, Evgeny, you spent quite some time abroad, right? And you spent time in Asia, and you frequently tell us a story how you came back from Asia inspired by entrepreneurial spirit. Right, so you said that you so much so you got inspired that you actually launched your own business, right, with different degrees of success, right? And
yes,
so do you think, what do you think about international exchange students, right? Should we send our students abroad? I see a couple of our students here to get inspiration for entrepreneurship, or we can achieve the same level of inspiration here domestically?
Yes, you're right. I used to work in Russia in the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research, and as a research associate in this organization, I took part in collaboration efforts, collaboration research with European scientists in Europe, and also with scientists from Academia Sinica on Taiwan. And really, I noticed a huge difference between the culture, both in Russia and Europe and on Taiwan. And the difference was follows. On Taiwan, I noticed that almost all people who were working in Institute of Physics, students, professors, and even administrative staff, they always in their rest time discussed some business ideas. This was part of their culture. So they discussed how even the results of their research they could implement in business. And indeed, when I come back to Moscow, I tried to start my own business, not very successful, but the lesson which I learned for myself at that time was follows. And it's very difficult, or maybe even impossible, just simply transplant some idea, even very good idea, from one foreign soil to our domestic market. Because we have totally different market environment, market needs, we have totally different legal environment, and also accepted business practices. So, in my view, when we talk about our students, whether they should be sent abroad to be influenced by this entrepreneurial spirit, as you asked me, we should first give them very good understanding of our local market, local business culture before they go abroad. Having this preparation, it's, in my view, it's a good idea to go abroad and to see how global markets are operating, how they're organized, and also to look at some new ideas on these new markets. And in my view, it would be good you mentioned about Dano and make it international. Yeah, it would be good for our students to take part in some joint hackathons with foreign students, just to understand how they look at different products, how they look, what ideas are viable in their markets or on the Russian market, etc. So this is very, very important to understand the global market, to understand the global environment, but finally, the idea should be to bring some good ideas back to Russia, to our local market.
Perfect. Couldn't agree more, right? The best import is import of ideas. Thank you very much. Anton, probably the final question to you. So we talk a lot about importance of STEM. We talk a lot about the importance of technologies, AI, engineering, and this is clearly important, right? And it's great that our community of countries measures the number of STEM graduates per year in millions, right? Not even in thousands, but in millions. So this is very interesting. And of course, the success of China, but to a large extent, has been influenced by the availability of engineering talent. So that's great. However, in the time of AI predominance, right, there are some arguments that we actually may need to change the educational curriculum. And before the STEM curriculum became the mainstream, so became a kind of no-brainer, there was another mainstream just recently, right? Many of you here in the audience may remember that the liberal arts was actually a mainstream as well, right? So, and liberal arts always emphasizes the breadth of knowledge. It includes history, economics, arts, and etc., etc., etc. So very broad set of knowledge that it's provided to students. And then, of course, students go deeper and do something else, right? And in one area or another. So what do you think? Does the liberal arts have maybe a renaissance for it coming in the future? Because everybody can solve every problem with AI anyways, right? So they need to invest in broader education, broader curriculum themselves?
Well, definitely, and this is supported by very high quality research.
From the area of liberal arts?
No, from I would, well, I don't know what is economics more, liberal arts or STEM, right? Because there's a lot of mathematics in economics.
Yeah, we are in between, of course.
And this is very rigorous exercise, one of the papers that showed that returns to STEM professions in the labor market initially are very high, but then they go down because this kind of knowledge becomes obsolete faster. So, you know, there's a famous metaphor which goes back to the ancient Greek poet Archilog about the fox and the hedgehog. The fox knows many things, and the hedgehog knows one big thing. So this is, sounds like a dichotomy. Do you want to go broad, or do you want to go really deep? On the one hand, unless you go really deep, you're kind of very superficial, and it looks like you will be easily replaced by AI, which is by the virtue of design is a fox itself, right? But on the other hand, if you go really deep, indeed there's a lot of risk, because life changes these days very, very fast. And if you are a narrow person, very highly qualified but narrow specialist, it's very risky that in 10 years you will not have an interesting and lucrative job, right? So, and valuable, which it will be difficult for you to bring value to the society. So I think we need to be both. We need to be versatile and interested in many things, but also we need to be deep. Now, if we speak about this liberal arts concept, it's not only about breadth, but also it's about the choice and the responsibility that students have. They need to build their own educational trajectories, and therefore it, on the one hand, fosters intrinsic motivation, which is a quintessential part of human capital these days. Interest in life, interest in things, willingness to do good things. But on the other hand, it also educates their responsibility. It helps them make responsible choices, make mistakes that they can correct. So in this sense, I think that if we are thinking about really high quality education, it needs to give a lot of choice to students. Now, does it need to have necessarily a lot of art, humanities, mathematics, engineering at the same time? Well, this is a question. I think there may be different models. If we speak about New Economic School, we have a joint program with High School of Economics, which builds on 4 pillars. And the first pillar is math, which is kind of the mother of all sciences, and really it's super important. The second pillar, of course, is economics, where in economics both schools are kind of economic schools. The third pillar is data science, broadly understood, statistics, econometrics, computer science, machine learning, all that thing. And the fourth pillar is communications, because without communications, you deprive yourself of the ability to connect to people and to bring value. And again, there is research which shows that social skills are extremely important. It's good to have high quality STEM skills. It's good to have good social skills, but if you have both, this really gives you a synergetic effect and boosts your opportunities. So I think that there is no controversy between STEM and liberal arts approach, and I think good programs combine them in different proportions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have just 3 minutes left, so we have a time for very, very quick blitz question, right? So please, just under half a minute, right? Can you, esteemed speakers, can you please share, in your opinion, what's one main requirement from universities to businesses, or from businesses to universities, in order to achieve the growth and the potential that we are currently talking about, right? Professor Lee, let's start with you. What would be one main requirement from universities to businesses and from business to universities?
I think apparently the both sides should strengthen the link. They need each other, right? Yeah. Let me don't waste your time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well said. Thank you very much, Anton.
I think a lot of universities in Russia, mostly because we know it through priority program, need to improve their understanding of what business itself it is, how to improve their vision of market, how they improve their business modeling skills, because we see a lot of great scientific projects, and it's okay, but we see only several % of projects which can, universities, which can build really huge business, successful business through these scientific projects.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Konstantin?
From business to universities. So first is ability to solve unsolvable problem, and I think it's very good right now in Russia. Second is system thinking. Third is career of all of the students for now will change several times, like 5 or 7 times. Yeah, so it's the ability to change the career, to change the profession, so the ability to learn in new world. So, and last one I would like to mention, and which I really like, is data literacy right now.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Anton?
Well, first, we enjoy this, but we very much appreciate that business is a very demanding employer, but also appreciative of student talent. This is very important. We very much appreciate when employers have this long-term view about Konstantin that was taken, because universities give education which serves our students lifelong, and now people live quite long, right? So we need to make focus on general knowledge rather than specific, and business must help develop specific knowledge. Now, high quality education and fundamental research are extremely expensive. And I will be very blunt, good universities need support from business, because otherwise they will not be able to deliver this highest quality education and fundamental research that serves long-term society's goals. Well, that's it, maybe.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Anton. Evgeny?
I very often recently read in the news that the forecast that the people will work less in the future, will work not 5 days per week, but maybe 4 days or 3 days per week. But I read this news in such a way that they will study for more days. Actually, the rest of the time they will study. They will work not just 3 days a week, but another 4 days they will study and will get new knowledge, because they will have to be competitive in comparison with future artificial intelligence and all future technologies that will develop. So companies will need creative people who can create something new, who do not repeat what have already been invented or implemented a few years ago, but who can create something new. How to grow up these creative people? It's a big question, actually, and a big challenge for universities. But when we talk about universities and for position of students, when they look at the businesses, they will also choose a business who gives them opportunity to realize their creativity, to realize their ambitions and etc.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Evgeny. So we are closing the session, and first of all, thank you very much, dear esteemed panelists. Thank you very much, dear listeners, for joining us today. I really hope that these kinds of discussion will be more often and more frequent internationally, because for the first time, I mean, not for the first time, but we were able to put a price tag on the international cooperation, right? And we know that the price is measured in trillions, and more concretely in 2.7 trillions from cooperation, and a bulk of this comes exactly from research and development, and from early stage companies, and from entrepreneurship, from startups, and ultimately scale-ups. And it's clear, and I share completely your perspective, that in order to achieve this, the cooperation should be cross-functional, it should be cross-sector, and ultimately cross-country, right? And I hope that the next time we meet here together, and maybe next annual meeting or whichever forum we prefer, right, we'll be talking about not just 6 small dragons, but 600, whichever animals of choice are you, be it dragons, tigers, leopards, bears, choose your animal, right, in our joint, huge, amazing community of countries. Thank you very much. We're finished.
in English language only, so we don't have a simultaneous translation. So please, if you have any questions or want to discuss anything, everything going to be discussed only in English. So, good afternoon and welcome. Добро пожаловать.
Sorry, for the popular session.
And welcome to the 11th Annual Meeting of the New Development Bank and our panel discussion, Experience and Potential of Artificial Intelligence in the Financial Sector. My name is Sergey Rybakov and I'm the General Director of the Nature and People Foundation. We express our gratitude and appreciation to the Central Bank of Russian Federation and the Ministry of Finance of Russian Federation for organizing this panel. In recent years, artificial intelligence, AI, has become increasingly embedded in all areas of society, including the financial market. AI is fundamentally transforming financial intermediaries, banks, asset managers, insurers, and brokers by automating operations, enhancing decision-making, and shifting the focus from manual processing to strategic growth. This technology impacts a wide range of processes in lending, investing, and risk management. More than half of financial services firms now allocate between 21% and 50%, an average of 36%, of their total digital initiative budget directly to AI. The financial services industry annual AI spending is trending toward an estimated 97 billion by 2027, with 2025 representing a major accelerated phase of this growth. Given the rapid development of technologies, the risks of which may not always be obvious, it is important to have a clear understanding of AI implementation practices and the approach to its regulation in the financial sector. This is going to be a big year for AI governance. It started with the India AI Impact Summit, the first major event in its scale held globally. The New Delhi Declaration on AI Impact was adopted and it was endorsed by a total of 88 countries and international organizations, reflecting a broad global consensus on leveraging AI for economic growth and social benefit. At the beginning of July, UN in Geneva will be hosting 3 events: Global Dialogue on AI Governance, AI for Good Global Summit 2026, and the World Summit on the Information Society. At the end of July, China will be hosting the World Artificial Intelligence Conference. AI will be a big part of the negotiation process during the upcoming 18th BRICS Summit in India and the 2026 G20 Miami Summit. So let me introduce our today's fantastic speakers. Deputy Minister of Finance of Russian Federation, Ivan Chebeskov. Applause, please. Director of the Financial Technology Department, the Central Bank of Russian Federation, Ruslan Bulatov. Vice President, Russia and CIS, Corporate Sales, Kaspersky, Anna Kulashova. First Vice President, Gazprom Bank, Adel Valiulin. General Director, Vision Labs, Dmitry Markov. Head of AI, Moscow Exchange, Daniil Naumov. Ivan, can you please start with the Minister of Finance of Russian Federation, my favorite one? So, and what is your view on AI adoption in Russia? How AI is changing the work of the global financial markets and government agencies? And one more question, what risks do you see in AI adaptation in finance?
Thank you very much for the question. And once again, glad to see everyone and welcome to Moscow for those who are visiting. As we're discussing AI adoption, this session is getting also some adoption. We're getting more and more people. So hopefully by the end of the session, we get a full room of listeners. But I understand we're also making a recording of this session and maybe even online translation. I understand. So we also have viewers online with us. So I think going to your question, I think it's now also pretty much a consensus that AI is going to be a transformative technology for the whole world. It is already transforming the whole world. And it's a key driver for both private sector and also for becoming a key driver for public sector. Reducing labor costs, accelerating processes, improving accuracy of decision making, accelerating all sorts of things. For BRICS countries, AI is maybe even more important than for some of the Western nations. We are estimating that the economic impact of AI implementation in BRICS countries could be up to $600 billion by 2030. And in Russian economy alone, it could be up to 13 trillion rubles, equivalent of about $175 billion. So it's a clear driver for economic growth. Of course, as any new technology, there's a lot of nuances of how to operate this technology, how to implement this technology, develop its technology, etc. In Russia, and I think in a lot of countries and colleagues who are present here, technology is already being widespread. I think adaptation of AI is the fastest adaptation of any technology that we've ever seen. It's being used widespread in Russia already. Over 70% of companies are using AI in one form or another very actively, and especially small businesses using it very, very widely. We're here discussing financial sector, the sector that's the closest to the Ministry of Finance and the central bank, and it just so happened, it's not like this in all countries, but it just so happened that in Russia, financial companies, they tend to be leaders in technology. So we have several sectors that are leading technological expansion, and financial sector is one of the key ones. We have technological companies by themselves, and they're present on this panel as well, but it just happened that the finance sector is also key technological leader. And it's been now in AI already being widespread use without any regulation from Ministry of Finance or the central bank. It's very widespread use in the insurance sector, in loans, in securities market, in capital markets. Companies are using all sorts of applications to increase user experience, to speed up loan approvals, to speed up approvals of decisions on insurance cases, etc. So lots of potential, I think, in this for BRICS countries and for Russia in particular. We estimate that in financial sector alone, the impact of implementation of AI could be from $75 to $125 billion equivalent. So very, very, very large scale impact on the sector. For us, of course, as you know, in Russia we're in a particular situation. We are part of some of the negative demographic trends that are seen in other countries, but at the same time we're seeing extremely low levels of unemployment. We're at historically low levels of unemployment, so AI implementation is part of the solution for us to solve the problem of lack of sufficient human capital. And it's not a replacement of labor, it's an extension of human capital. We'll look at it this way. So businesses are implementing it. We understand that the world already adopting this technology very quickly. For us, as Ministry of Finance in Russia, it's important to look at the example of the private sector and to do the same in the public sector. Usually, public sector takes a lot longer to adopt technologies than private sector. It's normal, but now we see that we need to move much quicker because we need it again in terms of shortage of labor force, and again we need to catch up in terms of efficiency using all those tools. So we've actively started implementing AI tools in the Ministry of Finance and in the government in general some time ago, and now several things that we're doing. First, in our budget process, we're using multi-agent AI system based on GigaChat. It's a large language model that's developed by Sberbank. The reason we're using own locally Russia-developed technology, we discussed in our earlier sessions this morning, that we want to make sure that we create kind of independence and sovereignty of infrastructure, that if we use it on the public sector, if we want to make sure that this thing is going to work no matter what. It's not going to be switched off by some third country that wants to use technology as a weapon. We discussed this in detail in our morning high-level seminar. So using GigaChat, we are now automating some of the routine operations. For example, AI agent reviews requests for funding from federal agencies. Now it takes less than 1 minute to review such requests. Accuracy now is about 87%. It's not as high as we want it to be, but to be honest, 87% is about as close as human accuracy, if you look at it honestly. So it's we are already at the human level accuracy in terms of reviewing, and I think it's going to improve from here. We are also using AI to have additional verification of revenue forecasts as part of the budgetary process, already using it as a verification tool, not to create the forecast, but to verify it. And it's interesting that the deviation between what we are forecasting in the ministry and what AI is telling us is only 1.5%. So it's very close to human potential in terms of forecasting already. So we're getting surprises as we're working with the AI tools. But again, for now we're using it as a third opinion or second opinion only. We're also using AI to create special quantitative performance indicators for budget funding, and it's also showing some pretty incredible results. For subsidies, for example, AI offers several possible parameters, and then the specialist in the Ministry of Finance can either choose one of those parameters or propose his or her own. So it's helping. It's helping as an expert, as an automated expert to our employees. Very widely used AI tools in Federal Tax Service and Federal Customs Service. The Federal Tax Service in Russia is very innovative, and they've been using it now for several years to detect tax risk, analyze taxpayer data, and manage manage tax revenues. So for the Customs Authority, they're using it to administer customs payments. So we're only in the beginning of it. We're only testing out and piloting out, but we're already seeing a lot of benefits for adopting AI instruments in the public sector, taking example from the private sector. Answering your second questions on the risks, it's actually a very correct question. It's not only benefits, and it's not only pluses from using the technologies. First, of course, it's important to make sure that we're using the technology that that is not like I said in the morning, a Trojan horse that was sent to us from somewhere else that can be somehow switched off or can be manipulated. It's very important for us as countries, BRICS countries in the global south, to have technology that cannot be weaponized, that we can always rely on and can use. So it's important, and it's very difficult to predict all the risks related to this at this point. Second, cyber risks are very important. Now AI, as you know, is being used as a instrument for cyber attacks. Of course, any technology can have positive and negative consequences the same way that we're seeing the rising risk of using AI tools in cyber attacks, and it's important. And second, maybe we're still old school, maybe newer generations will tell us different, but we still think that human participation is always a must. We still need the human to be a part of the process, either verification, either providing, guiding the AI tools, but we think it's key to have human participation in any of those instruments and not completely outsourcing it to AI. Maybe the future is completely being outsourced to generative AI, but for now I think it's very important to have human in the loop. And in conclusion, I think I wanted to say that of course we are in a global AI race. There is a lot of competition going on, and I think for our countries it's important to pool resources to invest in AI together. The resources needed to invest in AI development are very, very big. And it's very easy to say, well, let them just spend a lot of money and we just catch up later. I think we might lose if we choose this strategy, if we let other countries invest and build their infrastructure, because we're seeing it in the financial sector. In the financial sector, when Western countries build financial infrastructure, they reaped benefits from it. They're still doing it. They're getting fees, commissions, and market power from owning financial infrastructure, for 100 years. The same could be with this important technology. So it's important from the start to have our own version, to have our own alternative, to play a big role in this race and in this competition. Thank you.
Thank you. It's great to hear the position of the government, but definitely we would like to hear the position of the Central Bank of the Russian Federation. So, Ruslan, how does AI transform the Russian financial market? How does it change the way financial institutions operate and the risks they face? And do you believe that ethical recommendation can be a regulatory tool to promote responsible AI use?
Thank you for the question, and welcome everyone here in Moscow. Return to the question. As Ivan already said, AI speeds up and streamlines many business processes, make it especially valuable for financial sector, Russian financial sector as well. That's why Russian financial market is currently leads in AI adoption. Over 20% of Russian financial institutions use AI solutions regularly, and 15% more currently testing pilots. Still, it's too early to say that AI is reinventing business process, business models. International experience shows also that AI mainly boosts efficiency rather than, fundamentally change how things work. But in our view, agentic AI could change it. Experts predict that AI agents will handle 80% of customer interactions by 2029. And I imagine that everyone, regardless of income or wealth, will have a personal agent, personal assistant, virtual assistant, hunting for tailored financial services, managing personal assets, take investment AI assistants, which are widely used in financial markets. They're already popular as, virtual helpers, but so far they are not true agents. But some companies plan to make them fully autonomous for transactions, which actually could shake up investment activity in stock markets. Another example is paying AI agents. They produce, a hot new e-commerce niche, agentic commerce. It's a highly promising development for us, and we are eager to explore more cases, new cases of multi-agent systems in payments. I think it's quite a wide area for further development. What about risks? Actually, they are familiar for us. They are operational risks like model risk and cybersecurity risks, consumer-facing risks, but the more advanced model require, different view on these risks because they arise in a new way. For example, AI agents and large language models hallucinate, and it's artificial intelligence index report says that over 20% it's error rate in top 26 models. It's a very high error rate, and companies adopting AI models should take it into account. Another problem is that hackers deploy absolutely new AI-specific attacks like data poisoning. And this demands new safeguards, new security measures. And another problem is behavioral manipulation risks, because AI can be used again in favor to increase financial institutions' profits, and it's quite important to adopt AI ethically. Bottom line, core risks stay the same, but they evolve quickly as AI advances. As for now, Russian financial sectors actually avoid fully autonomous AI systems without any human oversight. And currently, we don't see at that moment significant financial stability. But uncontrolled AI expansion will likely create hidden vulnerabilities. And this may pose new financial stability risks as AI gains more autonomous in high-stakes decisions. At some point, I think we will need to look at our approach again and adjust this approach, the regulatory approach, if today's regulatory framework falls short in new reality. Plus, another kind of risk, advanced models are becoming more accessible to criminals too. And it's quite important that these models can get them potent new tools to making attacks. And this sort of risk should be considered as well. What about regulation and ethical recommendation as a regulatory tool? Well, I absolutely agree that ethical recommendation can be a regulatory tool because ethics add flexibility during fast AI evolution. And the draft of Russia's law on AI regulation framework actually gets this. Letting the government and Bank of Russia set, AI-related ethic risk assessment, which make us a tool which is not actually a binding requirements, but rather a recommendation. But anyway, we want financial companies to incorporate in their risk management this kind of recommendations. Last year, we published our ethics code, which is specifically on using AI in the financial sector. And it outlines responsible principles and practical tips in using AI. Long term, we call this soft law, this kind of code. And these soft law practices could be used in creating binding rules if needed. Currently, in the development of this code, we are working together with financial institutions to build a casebook with the best practices of using principles from the code. And currently, we are looking at that work as a future benchmark for all companies which would like to, adopt AI in their own processes. Actually, we have a lot of examples, couple of them, of ethical use of AI. Is virtual assistants lets users switch to humans in the virtual chats. AI can handle complaints, can recommend how to improve the credit score, which is quite important for many people, and warn customers about potential risks, which are also highly, actively used by financial institutions, especially in current situation. So many financial organizations adopt AI solutions ethically, and we see it. And regulators currently, in our view, should guide them how to make it correctly and encourage the exchange of the best practices across all financial institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. It's enormously important when the government pays attention to some topics, but it's even more important and it's very, very valuable when the government and definitely the central bank become the trendsetters of one of the main technological shifts that we face in our lifetime. So thank you for that, both the government and the central bank. But right now, I want to give a floor to, I think, the most beautiful speaker I got from my panel. So as far as we already started discussing the cyber risks, Anna, a lot of attention is focused on cybersecurity issues. Would you elaborate on the new and trendy aspects of this sphere that require special attention from the financial intermediaries?
Thank you very much. And while preparing for this event, thank you for inviting, I would say I was looking at our own statistics on the attacks on the financial institutions worldwide, and the good news which came, and it was end of 2025, which is important. The good news that financial sector went down in the scoring because of the attacked organizations. So governments are always the first because they are leveraging and using our data. Then it came manufacturing, which is very much attacked all across the globe, now we know. The third came IT, and then it came financial sector worldwide. That was a good news because central banks all across the globe, especially Russia's central bank, is doing a lot of efforts to improve their I would say, resilience of the finance organizations, of the banks to the cyber attacks, and there are some very good special offers that are done there. Good news is ending here, because on April 7th, a company named Anthropic came with the news that they have now the MIFAS, the agentic system that managed to identify several zero-day vulnerabilities in software that was not recognized before for many years. So they were existing there, but was not recognized. It took ICF, right? 1 month, on the 7th of May, ICF published some warnings and recommendations on how to try to approach this new reality which is coming. Of course, Anthropic, as a social responsible company, they closed this information, so they said they will not publish. So, but you can imagine that hackers all across the globe will hunt for these models. They will try. They now know that it is existing. They now know that they can leverage and try. So, what does it mean in practice for financial sector? First of all, there is a lot of things and practices that are done and will be continuing doing here. And all benchmarks we have now, all best cases of leveraging and hardening security systems we have. However, we now want to be even faster in how we react. So patch management, we cannot any longer wait for a loan. So we need to do it really fast. We need to think proactively. We need to cooperate, by the way. So, and we see in Russian financial sector very nice initiatives of cooperation and getting together with security companies like Kaspersky Lab or some other representatives. We have pretty strong security companies in our country. So making joint efforts, making joint teams, first of all, to discover vulnerabilities that could happen or discover threats from artificial intelligence that is coming there. So a bit of, I think I frightened you a bit. However, some good news here that, yes, we are working, and again in IT sector, in advanced financial institutions, we are working from pretty alone with first machine learning systems. Yes, agentic systems are a bit different, but still there are good things that we can take from the previous world, like assemblers that are coming, like many agentic systems, not very profound, but they can test other agentic systems to make sure that they eliminate vulnerabilities or eliminate some mistakes that could happen while these agentic systems are handling. So a lot are still under experimentation, but we have instruments how we can work with this and handle this. We just need to be faster than the hackers and attackers from the bad side of the from the dark nets. And the answer here is to make joint efforts in how we are doing this. And yes, we appreciate a lot the way the central bank is making a soft regulation, because from one side it helps to balance a lot the way we can really advance, how we can close the technology gaps we have and still make sure we keep our system safe and people safe from the attackers, and even make AI work in anti-fraud systems a lot when it's working for the security system, to decrease the operators' tasks in the security operations centers. When they're on the first line, they have a lot of things to deal with. So it's really the technology which is now for along with us, and we need to really adopt fast how we can make the best of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are very grateful for Kaspersky for them being one of the organizations on behalf of Russia who is working on global governance.
Yes.
So, and preparing the global rules of artificial intelligence for United Nations. So thank you for that. But right now I want to give a floor to the private sector, definitely, you know, our beloved Gazprom Bank. So Adel, what should be the foundation of an enterprise AI strategy in banking? Technology capacities, business priorities, data maturity, or economic efficiency? And one more question, how do you measure whether AI implementation is truly successful?
Thank you, Sergey. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. And as Anna mentioned, we live in a really interesting time where not only businesses use modern technologies, also other side players widely use AI solutions like large language models. And I'm sure that businesses must be faster than these players. And of course, today artificial intelligence is already fundamentally transforming the financial sector. Banks are moving from AI isolated pilots toward enterprise-wide AI transformation. And AI is no longer just a technology trend. It is becoming a strategic capability that affects operational efficiency, customer experience, risk management, and decision-making. At Gazprom Bank, we see AI not as a hype, but as a core element of the bank's future operating model and long-term competitiveness. At Gazprom Bank, a comprehensive AI strategy has been developed and is actively being implemented across the organization. And the mission of our AI technology division is to drive AI transformation in order to increase profitability, reduce operational costs, and create new sources of revenue. Importantly, AI is not separated from business processes. It is integrated directly into the bank's operating model, products, and management systems. However, one critical success factor is often underestimated. In a large corporation, AI transformation is impossible without strong leadership commitment. And these are not incremental improvements. These are truly innovative projects that fundamentally change established processes in organization. And that is why the active involvement of our management board chairman is essential, from setting ambitious goals to personally reviewing business cases and removing organizational barriers. And one of the key principles of our strategy is measurable business impact. We believe AI initiatives should always create direct economic value and support strategic business priorities. Our focus includes scaling AI across key business processes, democratizing access to AI technologies for employees, and building centralized AI governance and unified metrics. Another critical foundation is data. Large-scale AI implementation is impossible without high-quality, accessible, and well-governed enterprise data. At the same time, when defining an AI strategy, it is critically important to balance expected business value with operational, regulatory, and cybersecurity risks. That's why Gazprom Bank was involved in creating and was one of the authors and joined the industry methodology for evaluating the financial effect of a developed products. It was developed by the AI Alliance and FinTech Association together with leading banks. And our AI strategy covers a broad range of areas. This includes internal AI projects in retail, corporate, and SME banking, shared enterprise services and platform solutions based on generative AI, as well as advanced research initiatives. Today, more than 200 AI projects are being implemented across 16 business verticals at Gazprom Bank. We are already implementing a wide range of AI solutions in risk management, credit portfolio management, anti-fraud systems, sales, and customer experience personalization. We're also actively developing acceleration programs, partnership with startups and universities, and education programs for employees. For us, AI is not only about technology. It is fully ecosystem that combines platforms, products, infrastructure, organizational culture, and business transformation. And here I'd like to highlight a broader observation. Among all industries, banks today are the main beneficiaries of AI adoption. Why? Let me give you two reasons. First, banking is a commercial business directly focused on efficiency and delivering value to shareholders. AI projects in our industry translate into direct economic outcomes, both short-term and long-term. If a bank's processes are inefficient, it becomes uncompetitive, fails to offer market-relevant products and terms to its customers, and simply loses them to better-performing banks. And AI helps us to prevent that. Second, a significant portion of that profit goes into bank capital, which strengthens not only individual banks, but the entire financial system. And the regulator, the Bank of Russia, fully understands this, and that is why it actively supports AI implementation in banks. Thanks to this supportive environment, Russia's financial sector today has one of the highest levels of digitalization and innovation in the world. With the rapid development of large language models, generative AI has become as the main driver of this transformation. Today, one of the key trends in the financial sector is a transition from AI-isolated tools toward platform-based solutions and multi-agent systems. Within the bank secure infrastructure, we're developing AI systems, RAG-based knowledge systems, multi-agent services, and platform solutions that provide scalable and secure access to large language models across the organization. We're also investing into platform solutions such as corporate GenAI platform and developing platforms for intelligent document processing and speech analytics. We believe that future belongs to scalable AI ecosystems, capable of simultaneously supporting thousands of employees and hundreds of AI-driven business scenarios. In our view, the winners in the financial sector will not be the organizations with isolated AI use cases. The winners will be banks that successfully integrate AI into their operating models, decision-making systems, and corporate culture. And today, the key question is no longer whether to adopt AI, but how to scale AI efficiently, securely, and responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. We salute to the private sector because if they are in, so then, you know, when we start a wheel of change, so they can start the process upgoing because when the private money says we're going to go, that's where we all move. So I want to go to a technological company. When we started discussing the question, so, you know, we were discussing different topics, but the one we choose, I think, might be one of the most interesting ones. So, Dmitry, we'd love to get your opinion on the instruments which exist to combat deepfakes and synthetic content developed by AI. How ready are modern anti-fraud systems for attacks that use deepfakes and generative AI? Please.
So, thank you so much. Dear colleagues, dear friends, thank you so much for coming here. And it's a great honor for me to be here today in this beautiful ballroom number 1. I hope that you will enjoy our session and you will find it not only interesting, but also very useful. In Vision Labs, we focus on developing by ourselves face recognition technologies. And at this moment, we have technology number 1 in the world because now we are at the first place in the National Institute of Standards and Technologies Challenge of US in many categories. So we and our clients, about 200 companies in 35 countries around the world, are facing deepfakes every day. So we can tell a few words about them. But firstly, I would like to start about some kind of figures, because some people come to me and said, deepfakes, it's something very funny. It's from Hollywood. And we have never seen deepfakes in real life. So, but when I was trying to prepare for this session, I have gathered some figures. And the first figure is that about 25% of middle and large companies worldwide has faced deepfake attacks from video or audio. It is very high metrics. The second thing is that if the company suffered from deepfake attack, that it loses about 5% of the profit. And the last figure, which I was surprised, but the source is so authoritative, so Deloitte Department of Financial Services said that deepfakes will make loss for only in US by so the loss from deepfakes only in US in 2027 will be about $40 million. So $40 billion, sorry. So for me, these digits show that the problem exists and the problem is very important. The second question, which I always answer, why the deepfakes is so popular? There are 3 main reasons. First reason is that the investment in generative AI technologies, now it is the most popular technology around the world, is about $100 billion. And the investment in defense from deepfake attacks, 100 times less. So that's why the deepfake attackers are ahead than we. The second thing is that you can easily find about 2,000 instruments in the internet which can help you to make some kind of deepfakes. So you can get an access to the technology very easily. And the third thing is that every year, number of types of deepfake attacks doubles. This shows that this problem is quite a challenging problem, and I think that this problem will exist for many years. We have implemented some kind of study. We took 2,000 respondents and we show them a real video and deepfake video. And the results of this study showed that only 30% can detect the real video from the deepfake. So you can recognize the deepfake by your eyes. Sorry, we live in such interesting time. When somebody asks me how the criminals do their attacks, I always give two examples. First example is regular, so they take some kind of old phone with old operating system. They put the spy software inside it. They get control of the phone. And then they make virtual camera, and by virtual camera, they attack the biometric system. This is the first, most popular case. It always happens when bank or financial institution try to get as many subscribers in very short period of time. So many subscribers is the key point. That's why they don't care about some kind of protection from deepfakes. And the second case is very interesting because in the internet now there is a service which is called cloud phone. So you can emulate your phone in the cloud. You can put any kind of software there because you are allowed to, because you pay money for it. And you attack the biometric system by the cloud phone. This is our main two attacks which we have. The third popular question is, what is the rate of detection of deepfakes? At this moment, I can say that if your system, if you have a very good deepfake detector in your system, then you can defend from about 95% of attacks. 5% is standing outside, and the criminals are very satisfied because 5% is a very big percentage. The 5% is enough for them. What can you recommend? The next question, which I was always asked. I said that, like Anna was said, because we have the same opinion with Kaspersky. We said, so you need to create trusted environment, not only deepfake detector, So trusted environment, including mobile app, security channel, deepfake detector. And you need to cover it, of course, by regulation. This will not help to increase the rate to 100%. But you will get about 99% of the rate. Two more things which I think will be good. So you need to, as Anna said, you need to make upgrade of your software regularly, every 2 weeks, maybe 1 week. It's enough. But please do not do it quarterly. So it's the main mistake. Every week, every 2 weeks, it's good. So you need to plan the works inside your environment to make sure that you are up to date. And the last thing which I find very important, that I think that every government system, every critical system should be covered about what we call bug bounty program. Because if you allow white hat hackers to test your system, in the case of deepfakes or some kind of different attacks, it will be very good, because you will get the view from the other side, not from inside. And finally, as a conclusion, I can say that from my point of view, we must acknowledge that deepfake attackers are ahead from us, and defense system is trying to catch them. That's a bad news. But as I will repeat for Anna, I said that, but there are a good news, because you know that we faced a very complex task, because when Sora, the latest version of Sora and latest version of Nano Banana were presented, criminals take the software and try to do many deepfakes. And sometimes they succeed in it. But it took us only 5 days to make our deepfake detector successfully defense from this kind of attack. And that is why I think that the situation is under control, but we have no time to relax. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's great to hear from our technology companies, as far as we understand that cybersecurity risks are global. No country can be free from all these threats, and definitely the main question that you have to ask yourself is not will you be hacked? The question is what you're going to do when you're going to be hacked. And today we try to give you some answers on this topic, and from the very best experts that you can bring to our conference here. But I want to hear one more position. I want to hear position of the financial intermediaries. So, Daniil, the question is up to you. Could an AI agent become a new interface for clients and organizations to access financial markets? What changes in the financial sector when AI is used not only to analyze information, but also to prepare financial decisions and actions? And the last but not least, what conditions make the use of AI agents in financial markets safe, transparent, and, as we heard, trusted?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Glad to see everybody. And I'll answer with some kind of story, and we'll go through our, I think I can name it, world model of AI agentic economy and financial markets. I want to start with something simple. The interface of financial market has changed 4 times for the last 30 years. Telephone, terminal, website, and mobile app. And now it's changing the 5th time. We believe that the next interface isn't a screen, it's an AI agent. And I hope everybody here believes in this too. And this changes the very logic of access. And everything underneath has to be fundamentally different. And when I say AI agent, I mean different kinds. A personal assistant for a retail client, agent inside a bank or corporate treasury, trading agent under a mandate, etc. Different roles, same behavior, but they all look for the shortest path for a result. Human with a browser opens 10 tabs, reads conditions, compares screens. An AI agent doesn't do that. Agent picks a road by data quality, by source, by speed, by the ability to act. And so, website is an interface for humans, API is an interface for systems, and the protocol is an interface for AI agents. And the real question is, how do we build that protocol so AI agents can safely act through it in the big scale? I think it will be have 3 layers. Layer 1, the map of the market. AI agents need more than just data. They need data already shaped for the questions they will ask. Because a confident answer on bad data, it's not intelligence. It's a risk pretending to be intelligence. Think about it in this way. Human reads report or chart. System parses new data through an API. An AI agent needs something different, a machine-readable map of the market. Live, structured, with clear data origin and usage rights, and most importantly, with financial semantics and pre-compounded aggregates built in. So the AI agent doesn't have to calculate from scratch what every analyst, treasurer, or trader has already calculated 1,000 times. That's what makes data really agentic ready, this pre-aggregates, not just available data. Layer 2, from intent to action. Intent in our market comes from very different participation. Retail clients, corporate treasurer, etc. The same phrase from each of them means completely different action. Take the phrase, reduce my risk. Depending on who's saying it, those words mean 5 different actions, different instruments, different limits, and different paths. So personalization here is not a marketing feature, it's operational. It does 2 things. It understands what someone really means, and it chooses the right action for them, for their role, for their situation. An AI agent needs a verified set of allowed moves, a defined space, not hard rail, but direction and constraints together. And here, what's make finance market different from almost every other AI scenario. In finance, the answer is only the first step. An answer becomes a recommendation. Recommendation becomes an order. An order becomes a trade. So in financial AI, the value isn't the model itself. It is in the AI harness around it. Data, personalization, and action road. The model is just one point on this road. The harness, it's what matters, really. And layer 3, trusted action road. So we have data, we understand intent. The question becomes, how does AI agent move from understanding to do it? We think that, and we're working on it, we think that the market needs rails, not new screens, but the path AI agent can run on with 3 properties: reproducible, auditable, bounded by rules. Here is a real shift. With AI agents, by the time you reach the trade, it's already too late to control. The AI agent has already made every important decision. Which data to trust, which constraints to apply, which path to take. So control has to start much earlier, from the moment the AI agent understands what it's trying to do. And the full road, which should be auditable, looks like intent, personalization, verified data, rules, regulated environment, market clearing, and second one, it's an audit. For an exchange like ours, this is a real shift. Our infrastructure was built for humans and for systems that humans control. Now we have to adapt it so AI agents can read it, understand it, and act through it safely. Every step audited, every action observable, while still under a human mandate. So, where does MOEX fit in this story? For us, it isn't an experiment, just an experiment in AI. It's a question about our core business, how the exchange itself adapts to a new agentic economy. An exchange is infrastructure. Our value isn't in selling our own products. it's in the quality of the road between participants. We stand between sides of the trade. For humans, it's institutional neutrality. For an AI agent, it's become technical advantage. Less conflict of interest, higher data quality, clearer rules of action. That's why we're working on all three layers to unite them into one protocol. The map of the market, personalized intent recognition, and trusted action road. Because we believe an AI agent doesn't choose the pretty screen, it chooses the most reliable path. And we're already testing this in practice, not just internally. Yesterday, we also launched public hackathon, 360 teams building AI trading agent, 1 month, real trading decision in real market conditions. And what we get from this, insight, architectures, solutions, people, and all of that feeds back into the protocol to improve it. So let me bring that together. The real race in AI isn't about who automates manual work faster. The real race is about who builds a map of the world that AI agent can actually operate in. Built on random sources, no rules, market gets a new source of risk. Built inside infrastructure we can trust, clear data, clear rules, full audit. AI makes financial decisions more verifiable and much, in some situation, much more quality. The future of AI finance won't be the models. It will be the harness around them. So model can explain, the AI agent can purpose and act, but the market must verify, constrain, execute, and record the action. So our task as an exchange to prepare the financial market for the agentic economy, clear to agents, safe to clients, transparent for participants and the regulator. Thank you.
Thank you. Very grateful for Moscow Exchange for them speaking about the global rules of the game and definitely applying such rules here in Russia. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. So right now I want to do a short brief. So please, dear speakers, Dmitry, you're going to be the first one, so sorry about that. Just shortly, can you please answer for my question? So we discussed here, and we are, EU Development Bank, we are talking about money. Sorry about that, not only about technology. So AI is about money. But how can financial institutions balance innovation and regulatory compliance? Short, please.
Me first?
Me? For me, it is a very hard question, because the balance question is always the most hard. So I think that from my point of view, this balance is strictly dependent of the relationship between the regulator, financial institutions, and technological companies. The relationship in Russia, to tell the truth, we have a very good relationship, a very open relationship. And that's why we have the best fintech in the world. Thank you so much.
Well, I think the answer is that you need to find a balance between risks and potential effects of the projects with AI. But when we are speaking about innovation projects, I think we all understand that lots of projects will be failed. And you need to be prepared for this final situation. And I think if you are doing innovation projects and all of them are going to the final stage, to the adoption, implementation, I think you need to answer the question to your team, to your company, are you doing really innovation projects or not? Because always there will be fails, and you need to make more experiments, and after that you will only get some great final projects after all of this fails.
Thank you.
I think the only way for each big company is to have their own R&D department, and then when R&D department produce some kind of interesting products, MVPs, etc. You, as a C-level in company, you should try to put in exact regulation situation, and if it's not fits, try to understand what you need to cut when the value of the product will reduce completely, and if you have the government relation abilities, balance between balance between this to choose where you need to go. But I think we need we're right now in that point where we really can't just follow. We really follow all of the regulation, but in our experiments, in our mind experience, we don't need to follow all regulations that was created for the different type of world. Keep it in mind.
Thank you.
Well, I would probably argue a bit because, in my opinion, normally when it comes to regulation, it's like the minimum hygiene rules. Well, at least what we have in Russian Federation, what we see from our regulators. Normally, most of those are pretty soft, and they're like a guidance what you need to do to protect you from the basic risks. And yes, with innovation is always risk and opportunity. And then every organization need to have the risk appetite and risk tolerance. And it's just in your policies and how you tolerate. And of course, for critical infrastructures, regulator will come and tell, because it's not only your risk tolerance. When we are talking about finance sector, it's definitely the population, it's the society who is dependent on the health of the financial systems. So the balance will be here. Again, we have pretty, I would say, listening and attentive financial regulator who is trying to help us develop and move forward with all the innovations, though I think they're always open to listen our suggestions. What are the ideas, how we can do this or that, and this collaboration, I think. So balancing risks, but going in the collaboration with the regulator is the important part here.
Thank you. Ruslan, thank you for organizing this panel on this such an important topic, and definitely we want to hear your position on this. The Central Bank, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. And I would agree with Anna. Actually, the balance of innovation and compliance, it's not a trade-off. It's our Russian regulation is quite advanced, and it's a hedging minimum for to avoid risks which can arise during the banking financial companies' activities. And in our view, current financial market regulation doesn't hinder, doesn't prevent innovation. And why specifically? Actually, we ask regularly our financial companies and about the legal barrier for AI adoption. And actually, quite a few exist. And most of them, it's about data access for model training rather than, other things. And this is a problem which we are going to work on. And another one, if we speak about innovation, my department is responsible for innovation in financial markets. In Russia, we have special regimes, experimental regimes, which actually the key purpose of which is to create, a controlled environment to pilot any new technology, and we can use it much more actively. And I don't think it's a good question to find a balance between innovation and regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. And definitely thank you for Ministry of Finance, Russian Federation, for hosting such an event here in Moscow. So it's a great achievement. Thank you for doing that. but the question is still the same. Ivan.
Thank you. Not much to add, actually. I agree with what Ruslan said and the colleagues from the private sector. It's about a dialogue between, and it's a part of our culture and our tradition to have this dialogue with the private sector. And it's about piloting the technologies, risk management, as colleagues said, a process that each of the companies in the financial market have. Just maybe to add that we need to, from what I started with, is we need to make sure that we understand the models that we're using, that we can trust them, and keeping human in the loop still is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the Central Bank of Russian Federation for organizing this panel on AI. We definitely want to thank the Ministry of Finance of Russian Federation for hosting here in Moscow, Russia, the 11th meeting of the new development bank. Definitely the new development bank, welcome to Russia, welcome to Moscow. So thank you for being here. It's our pleasure, and thank you for the weather, as we discussed during the plenary session. Thank you for you who've been here with us and listening to our panel. I want you to applause again to our fantastic, magnificent speakers on the stage. Please do. Thank you for everyone who was with us being online, and definitely I want to thank the organizers, the technical team. Guys, ladies, bravo, you are the best. Thank you for organizing and hosting that. But I want to finish with the words that have been said today in the morning by Professor Jeffrey Sachs. He said, the main purpose of AI is for us to live better. So let's stay that and continue with the forum. Thank you. Have a good day.
joining us. It's great to be with you. My name is Evgeny Vinokurov. I'm the Eurasian Development Bank Vice Chairman and Chief Economist. First, a couple of technicalities. Our session is broadcasted live, so please behave yourself. The complete session is in English. And time limit per speaker is 5 to 7 minutes. If we hold on to this limit, we'll have enough time for a series of lightning rounds and also for a couple of questions from the audience. We focus on one question: how could MDBs finance innovation? We've gathered a strong panel of experts. 4 of them come from the respective 4 multilateral development banks, and 2 are belong to the world's top researchers on development finance and development institutions. A warm welcome to our today's panelists. Mr. Wang Zhongjin, Chief Executive Officer of the Multilateral Cooperation Center for Development Finance, MCDF. MCDF is administered by the AIIB and is very active in project preparation, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. Ms. Maria Prozorova, Managing Director, Eurasian Development Bank. Maria is in charge of up to $1 billion worth of projects every year on high value-added manufacturing, industry, and agriculture. We also have 4 distinguished experts joining us online. Let me represent them. Dr. Sami Al-Sawalem, Acting Director General, Islamic Development Bank Institute. Dr. Sami is our valuable partner and the world leading expert on Islamic finance. Dr. Xu Jiajun, Principal Investigator, Public Development Finance Research Program, Peking University. Peking University has a world-class research program on development finance and public development institutions, led by Dr. Xu. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Mr. N.K. Singh, President of the Institute for Economic Growth. IEG is India's leading institute in the field of economic and social development. And Ms. Apsaning, Senior Innovation Platform Officer, African Development Bank Group, a representative from the specialized innovation platform of the leading regional development bank. Let me start with the context and to suggest a set of working hypotheses, working ideas. Today, the key challenge in development is not just achieving growth, but achieving growth that is both sustainable and rapid enough. And at the center of this challenge lies innovation. Many developing countries throughout the globe are approaching what I would describe a growth ceiling. Moving from low-income economy to the middle-income economy is one thing. You can do it by utilizing your labor and your natural resources. But moving from the middle-income status to high-income status is a completely different undertaking. This transition requires 3 interconnected elements: countries' own strong industrial base, own innovation capacity, and own highly developed human capital. Without a solid technological and industrial foundation, sustained growth in human capital and productivity becomes virtually unattainable. That brings us to the role of multilateral development banks. MDBs are here to assist countries in sustainable economic growth. But answering these questions are not easy because MDBs are no venture capital funds. They are, by design, conservative financial institutions. Above all, they're banks. They go to capital markets and then they have to repay. They typically don't finance high-risk, early-stage ventures. At the same time, their mandate covers poverty reduction, infrastructure development, and sustainable growth. And innovation is not a separate issue. Innovation is currently at the heart of reaching sustainable growth. So the question is how MDBs can advance innovation within their mandates. I think of this panel more of a brainstorming exercise to get ideas, to classify them. Let me suggest 3 hypotheses of my own to start with. First, MDBs can do it through grants and technical assistance. They're critical to create the soil from which innovation emerge. Second, investing into higher value-added industry. High value-added manufacturing and advanced agriculture are where domestic innovation is often generated and then scaled up. Third, financing enabling infrastructure, such as data centers, AI-optimized data centers, telecoms. Virtually all developing countries around the world face shortages in areas such as AI data centers. These are capital-intensive projects with long payback periods, exactly the type of investments where MDBs can play a crucial role. So I would like our distinguished experts to reflect on these questions. How can MDBs finance innovation? Should they adapt their tools and instruments? Should they finance more higher value-added manufacturing? Should they provide more grants or take in more risk, becoming generally more risk-tolerant, or structure targeted initiatives for innovation-enabling infrastructure? And with that, I turn to our panelists. Mr. Singh, due to your request, as you have to leave early, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is indeed an honor and privilege for me, Mr. Mahdi, to participate in this very important Euro-Asian Development Bank's initiative, and to you, moderator, Evgeny, for having so brilliantly outlined some of the key issues we need to focus on. Since I have 6 minutes, and I want to stick to that, I will make 6 points. Let me at the outset say that I was greatly privileged to work as the co-chairman of the independent expert group on reforming the international multilateral institutions. These recommendations were adopted by the G20, both in Delhi and later on in Marrakesh, in a declaration. We made 31 recommendations, some of which are in different stages of implementation. Emanating from the 3 points which you have so brilliantly outlined, let me list the 6 key issues on which we need to focus on. First and foremost, how could a multilateral development bank finance innovation? Indeed, we need to shift from isolated projects to national regional innovation through robust country platforms, which can provide technical assistance and coordinated infrastructure support. This is a classic example where across the board, independent surveys have brought out that the bulk of the 57% of people whom we surveyed say that the MDBs need to act in a manner of creating robust country platforms and a pipeline of projects which are bankable based on the technical support which the MDBs or the country MDB can provide to the country. So that is the first thing of how to build a robust pipeline of projects which can address the sort of issues which we have, then harness the great reach and ability of artificial intelligence, address the new issues of digital infrastructure, and also of the possibility what AI can do. My second problem, the second suggestion which we made, and that's an issue which you have so brilliantly raised, Evgeny, also. How can multilateral development banks effect better coordination through co-financing platforms, regional specialization, and joint innovation projects. Alas, the survey has shown that only 48% of the overseas development assistance emanates as a result of the careful coordination between various NDBs. We need to effect greater complementarity and coordination between different banks, like the Eurasian Bank, like the AAB, like the new MDB, the BRICS Bank, the African Development Bank, the Islamic Bank, and some of the other regional banks as well, along with some of the dominant multilateral development banks. Mechanisms for effective greater cohesiveness and cooperation in the family of the multilateral development banks should be a high priority. Third, you raise a very important issue, that how do we enhance the financing and the availability of financing? We should do this in innovative ways. One of the ways which are obvious is how to optimize the balance sheet of the multilateral development banks. We recall that the issues of the capital adequacy framework and how do you really manage to raise much greater finances from the existing capitalization of the banks are some of the robust recommendations of how to harness and reduce the risk-weighted average, leverage the existing balance sheet more credibly and in more innovatively, reduce the perceived risk. That is why one of the suggestions which we made in the report was towards bigger, bolder, and better banks. Bigger in terms of harnessing the fully and optimizing the balance sheet, bolder in terms of reducing the perceived risks in the lending, and bigger by fully harnessing what the capital adequacy framework report would do. My fourth suggestion would be how to harness and use guarantees and innovative financing by blended financing, harnessing guarantees, risk-weighted financing, and how to really harness a greater blend of innovative financial instruments to achieve the sort of objective which we have. Another very important suggestion, which is worthy of the consideration, which emanates from your remarks which you made, is how to attract private capital. How to attract private capital, perhaps by local currency hedging, how to finance this local currency hedging in being able to take the first loss guarantee, in being able to hedge the risks on regulatory uncertainties. What are the mechanisms by which we can greatly attract large private capitals which can play a very critical role in this transition? Finally, apart from what I have mentioned, innovating blended finance, securitization, and portfolio risk transfer, and innovation-based financial instruments, which we believe can enable harnessing of up to $137 billion. It did so in 2024, and if we adopt these steps, it can be enhanced significantly further. Finally, and my last suggestion, focus on financing the capability gap by supporting applied research, testing facilities, certification system, and of course, which we all know, university-industry partnership. This will enable a much better harnessing of finances which can enhance the productivity of technology and artificial intelligence by a constellation of these instruments, by a more innovative cooperation between R&D research in country platforms, regional research on country platforms, in collaborating with universities and with the private sector and the corporate sector. These are some thoughts which, Mr. Moderator, come to my mind in seeking to address the three brilliant questions which you put before us. Thank you very much for this opportunity to make some initial observations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. Thank you very much for your insights. Mr. Wang, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Chair. Well, thanks for your invitation in this very important panel. I would like to focus on how and what an organization like the Multilateral Cooperation Center for Development Finance can help MDBs support innovation. As the chair just elaborated, MDBs provide long-term financing for sustainable development. And they have long-standing experiences in applying international standards in project design and implementation. MCDF is a global initiative aiming to promote high-quality connectivity and infrastructure investment through partnerships with MDBs. Our operational modality is to provide grant-based technical assistance to developing countries through MDBs to help prepare projects, enhance capacity, and share knowledge and information. I would like to say there's a huge potential for MDBs to support innovation. And I would like to make 3 suggestions on the use of grant and the technical assistance for MDBs to support innovation, and 3 on the digital infrastructure development. So first on quality. Innovation cannot be realized without solid project design and implementation. Innovation is a very generous definition, but you would like to see it on the ground. You have to do some work in a very solid manner. So according to McKinsey's report, up to 80% of project attempts in the world end up in failure. This is primarily due to the lack of adequate feasibility studies and weak project design. So developing countries cannot truly benefit from innovation without fixing this basic problem. What MCDF has been doing is to provide grants to MDBs for high-quality project preparation and implementation. We have accredited 8 MDBs and international financial institutions as MCDF implementing partners, which can get access to our grant resource for feasibility studies, environmental social impact assessment, and technical and financial analysis, with the purpose to build the robust bankable pipelines as the first panelist just mentioned. Our grant has unlocked a huge amount of investment from both public and private sectors for large-scale connectivity investment projects. Over the past 5 years, we have provided $83 million in grants, supporting 63 projects in 88 countries through partnerships with AFDB, African Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, IFAD, International Fund for Agriculture, and the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. Second, focus on capacity. Innovation requires a strong delivery capacity. I have visited many countries and had conversations with senior government officials. What they most frequently ask for is not financing, but the support to address the weak institutional capacity, particularly in reviewing project proposals, managing risks, and monitoring implementation. What we have been doing is to provide grants to support the capacity building effort made by MDBs. One example is we support AFDB project to strengthen linkage between the trade information portals and the customer systems by addressing data and ICT capacity to strengthen the digital connectivity between East African community countries and the rest of the world. Another example is we financed one capacity building project for SDB to enhance its member countries' financial management capacities, including internal report, external audit, and fund flow management. The third is focus on knowledge. So innovation is by nature a form of knowledge product. So we direct our grants towards building and sharing innovative know-how to promote best practices and advanced technologies across energy, transport, ICT, and water sectors. We organize a lot of conferences, seminars to share best practices and advanced technologies for PPPs, climate, smart connectivity, infrastructure investment, environment social safeguards, digital infrastructure, and other connectivity activities. So I would like to say the most popular seminar we ever held is for digital infrastructure. We have organized 3 workshops on that, and we're going to organize the last one together with AFDB at the end of the year. So there are 3 key takeaways from the discussions. So this will lead to the second topic about how MDB support digital infrastructure development. First is a single MDB cannot satisfy the huge digital infrastructure financing demand without partnering with other MDBs, public and private financiers. One example I put here is we ever provided $2.6 million supporting a comprehensive study on a larger scale fiber deployment in Nigeria. This is a AFDB project. This grant will lock in $900 million investment from the World Bank, AFDB, Africa Finance Corporation, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. In addition, it is expected to mobilize the private sector engagement up to $2 billion. Second, MDB's financing for digital infrastructure is constrained by how to catch up with this fast-growing sector and the difficulty to analyze it well and provide internal justification based on traditional economic returns. So MDBs have to move from the simple and risk-less corporate finance to a more risk-prone financing structure based on project approaches and the returns. Lastly, there are a variety of regulatory and institutional setup about data governance and cybersecurity and the no-code standards. MDBs could bring in global practice around the world and help design a more country-specific approach which can balance innovation and economic growth while promoting social protection. So let me stop here. Thanks.
So what I wrote down from your notes is generally more attention to digital infrastructure, more grants for technical capacity, focusing on institutional technical capacity in developing countries, and the necessity of cooperation by MDBs simply because the scale demands this cooperation. That's among other things, of course.
Yes, yes. And actually, we would like to support more MDBs in this effort. For example, we are working with other sub-regional MDBs like EDB, like TDB. So we hope in the near future we can provide our support to those MDBs and support the development agenda of DMCs in the sectors of digital infrastructure.
Dr. Xu Jiajun, I know you have some very concrete proposals, and we are eager to hear you out. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. I'm very delighted to join the session today. And I'd like to contribute to the discussion today from an academic perspective. So let me start with diagnosis on what kinds of market failures have we encountered when we're financing innovation. And then I would like to explain why the conventional business model of MDBs have hindered MDB from playing a full role in financing innovation. And then I would end up with 4 policy recommendations on how we can unleash the full potential of MDBs for financing innovation. So let me start with diagnosis. There are 2 ingredients for success of financing innovation. Number 1 is tolerance for early failures. And number 2, reward for long-term success. But however, in practice, we find that the private capital market and commercial banking system have not financed innovation in a satisfactory way for 3 reasons. First, it's short-termism. The fund managers have been evaluated on a quarterly basis. They do not dare to provide patient capital to support long-term investment. And second, they suffer from procyclicality, especially in economic downturns. The private capital flee away from emerging market. And last but not the least, they suffer from the excessive risk aversion. As we know, innovation is often has evolved, has been characterized with high uncertainties and risks. And these are the market failures, which makes the case for a greater role to be played by MDBs. But if we look at the conventional business model of MDB, as our chair has highlighted in the introduction, that they have been, the way that MDB have financed themselves by issuing bonds on the capital market have hindered them to provide high-risk capital on their asset side, because they need to care about the rating by the credit rating agency. They want to maintain their AAA rating. And in particular, after the recent global financial crisis, the standing pool, Moody's and Fitch ratings have overhauled their rating methodology, and which has made the MDBs even more risk averse and try to maintain the AAA. So as you mentioned, I'm building the first global database on PDB at Peking University, and my team have systematically collected data on how MDB have financed innovation in practice. And our data show that only half MDB have devoted effort in innovation. So much can be done to unleash their full potential. And I will end up with 4 concrete recommendations on how we can unleash the full potential of MDBs for financing innovation. The first recommendation is to try to reform the rating methodology of credit rating agency, who act as de facto regulators of MDB, and try to make sure that the MDB, they can have the incentive to take the risk and to finance innovation that is much needed in developing countries. This is my first recommendation. And my second recommendation is to equip MDBs with toolkit for financing innovation that can help to fulfill the 2 conditions I mentioned earlier, the tolerance for early failure and reward for long-term success. For instance, MDB can pilot venture debt, equity debt linkage, and those kind of innovative financing instruments that can help to adapt their business model to make them well-positioned to finance innovation. And this is my second recommendation. And my third recommendation is to focus on the incentive, how to get the incentive right, how we can reform the performance evaluation criteria of MDB to increase their risk tolerance, the failure tolerance, and make sure that the managers at MDB, they are there to take the risk, and they are there to encounter failure when they try to finance innovation. So the performance evaluation criteria matters in order to get the incentive right. And the last but not the least, I think it's also very important for MDB to recruit industry specialists who can anticipate the trend of technology and to make the investment in some untested technology. By doing so, they can make the demonstration effect for private capital to follow suit and to finance this new technology. And take China for example, when China tried to finance the reward technology, China Development Bank has played a very important role in, making this technology feasible and also to commercialize its usage and to make it market competitive. So to end, I think if we want to unleash the full potential of MDB, it's very important for MDB to act as a public entrepreneur to provide long-term, patient, and high-risk capital to make innovation feasible. Yeah, this is my contribution today. Back to you, Chair.
Four valuable remarks. Revising CRA methodologies. Second, revising the internal toolkit for the MDBs to become less risk-averse. Third, to make the internal incentives do their magic. And fourth, recruit industrial and technology people to change the mindset of the multilateral development banks. Duly noted, Dr. Su. Thank you very much for your insights. I welcome Dr. Samia Al-Suwailem.
Thank you, Professor. Let me see if I can pronounce the name properly. Vinokurov. Did I pronounce it correctly?
Yes, you did. You did a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be with this very intelligent panel of experts. So let me start by rephrasing the question. Instead of how could MDBs finance innovation, I think we should ask how could MDBs co-build the ecosystem for innovation in their member countries. MDBs are not supposed to be merely banks, primarily lending money to member countries and then collecting that money later on. Although in many cases that's what they're doing. Incidentally, we keep mentioning or saying partners. We say we are partnering with our member countries. But when it comes to the details, and the devil's in the details, we simply sign debt agreements. So I don't see how we can be consistent by doing these two kind of things, saying that we are partners with our member countries, while at the same time the predominant tool or instrument of financing are debt financing. Obviously, we understand why, because MDBs, they want to maintain their AAA rating, and that's why they are risk-averse, as my colleague just have highlighted. So to move from that mindset, we have to see how to deal with this AAA. It's very difficult to give up AAA rating. That's a very prestigious status, I would say. But we have to see how we can develop tools, instruments, and arrangements that would allow MDBs to move beyond or to overcome the AAA barrier, so to speak. One way to do that is to have a network of MDB organizations. So rather than having one large, big multilateral development bank, AAA rated, we can have the core as a AAA rated bank, but then we have other smaller development organizations that are not AAA. And these organizations, they will have the flexibility to move into the areas that my colleagues have just highlighted. Otherwise, the AAA-rated MDB will never be able to take on the risks required to develop the environment for innovation. Nobel laureate and development economist Arthur Lewis made a famous, in my opinion, very important statement. The fundamental cure for poverty is not money. but knowledge. So our member countries, yes, of course, financing is important. We are not saying money is not important, but money will not bring in the solution for poverty. It is knowledge, it's human capital. Now, when it comes to innovation, let me quote Steve Jobs. In Fortune magazine in 1998, he made the following statement: innovation has nothing to do with how many R&D dollars you have. When Apple came up with the Mac, IBM was spending at least 100 times more on R&D. It's not about money. It's about the people you have, how you are led, and how much you get it. So it's not about money. It's about the ecosystem, about the passion, about the incentives for learning. And the youth, they have no shortage of energy, right? But they need guidance to put their energies to work for innovation. This brings me to the next point about debt, risk-taking, and the middle income trap that our moderator has highlighted in his introductory remarks. Debt financing, by design, discourages the very kind of risk-taking that innovation requires. The ecosystem must instead accommodate. So in order to absorb that risk, we have to move from purely debt, for-profit debt financing, to social financing, angel investing, venture capital, and other risk-sharing and risk-absorbing mechanisms. Now, again, we are not asking the NDB itself to become a venture capital. Obviously, that's not a very practical suggestion, but MDBs are expected to build or to help build the ecosystem for angel investors, for social financial institutions, for venture capital to flourish and to develop. This requires building the institutions rather than going directly to the individual projects. We all are aware of the tax bias toward debt in almost all countries. There has to be something about it, otherwise these institutional biases toward debt will kill risk-taking and will kill, by implication, institutional innovation. These are some of the recommendations I would suggest. Thank you very much for listening. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sami, for your suggestions. The most important proposal which I heard in your speech was to focus less on debt, not to prioritize debt, but to go into risk sharing and risk absorbent mechanisms, building institutions and frameworks rather than doing specific projects. And also, again, as previous speakers, you stressed the necessity of networking MDBs, of joining forces between multilaterals. Thank you very much. Now let me turn to our next speaker, Ms. Prozorova. How could MDBs finance innovation in developing countries? Your take.
Good morning, good afternoon, and I'm grateful to be here and to have this opportunity to speak to you today. I have a presentation, yes. And I want to start by saying that, in my opinion, financing industry is the best way to contribute to innovation. And I'm going to show you how it works in EDB practice. Historically, manufacturing was one of the main sources of technological change in economy. Today, the role remains as just relevant. According to UNIDO, manufacturing accounts for 53% of global business R&D expenditure, more than all other sectors of the economy combined. Importantly, this is not only about the volume of expenses. Manufacturing also demonstrates a significantly higher R&D intensity. In manufacturing, the ratio of R&D expenses to volume added stands at 4.7%, compared with the average across the whole economy, only about 1.3%. This shows that industry is not merely a user of new technologies. It generates demand for new technologies. It stimulates innovation and contributes to the productivity growth. And here's the important question, what steps can we take to promote innovation in industry in particular? In my opinion, the first and most important step is to finance industrial project more. And in this project already includes strong technological component. It generates multiplicative effect and contributes to regional integration. And for EDB, it is directly connected to our mission. That is why industry sector accounts for a significant share in our investment portfolio. It's almost 40%. To support projects with strong innovation and technological components, the bank can offer more flexible terms, such as longer maturities, more attractive financial conditions, and additional support instruments. The first such instrument is the Technical Assistance Fund. Through this fund, bank can reimburse the costs related to researches, consulting, preparation of documentation, and some developing of project solutions. This fund may also be used to subsidize the part of interest rate. The second such instrument is the Fund for Digital Initiatives. It was created to support digitalization in EDB member countries. The fund can provide concessional and granted financing for the implementation of digital solutions, including within industrial projects. And here are some examples of EDB industrial projects with innovation and technical component from our portfolio. For example, in Belarus, the bank financed the expansion of the innovative oil extraction complex. As a part of the project, the bank used grant resources from the Technical Assistance Fund to finance some of the required studies. This helped to prepare necessary documentation for the banking financing, which make possible to realize our loan and parallel loans from the national banks. In Armenia, our bank financed the implementation of automated electricity metering systems and modernization of metering device production as a part of transition to modern energy management standards. This project has a high degree of technology for Armenia. The products produced by the plant helped improve the monitoring and measurement of electricity consumption, reduce losses, and increase efficiency of the country's electricity system. Another example of digital transformation in industry is the project of the copper molybdenum combine. Under this project, the EDB is financing the implementation of the company's digital transformation program. Here we used the concessional finance from our Fund for Digital Initiatives to lower cost of our main financing to make this project more effective. This is a good example of how the bank combined traditional financing with some additional instruments to support industrial digitalization. And in conclusion, I want to summarize. Innovation is crucial for development countries, and it can unlock the potential of the economies. And the best way to support it, to increase financing of industrial projects. And second, some special additional instruments and technical support can multiply the effect. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Maria, for being the proponent of financing innovation through technology-rich industry. And last but definitely, very definitely not least, Ms. Apsa Ning. Ms. Ning, you are working with innovation as the Senior Innovation Platform Officer at the African Development Bank. You work with innovation on a daily basis, and your insights are particularly valuable. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. The beauty of being the last one to pass. Good afternoon, distinguished panelists and representatives of multilateral development banks, partners. It's an honor to represent the African Development Bank's Innovation and Entrepreneurship Lab during this important discussion. And today, I think most of the panelists mentioned that developing economies are facing a new reality. Actually, it's no longer about moving from low income to middle income status. It is about building sustainable competitiveness in a rapidly changing world. And that is shaped by technology, by digital economy, by artificial intelligence, of course. And during my intervention today, I would like to share concrete examples of how we did it in countries across Africa, drawing our experience on over 8 years of establishing what we call the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Lab at the African Development Bank. As you may know, we recently witnessed a strategic pivoting at the bank with the leadership of the new president, Dr. Sidi Ould Tah. And that strategic orientation is around 4 cardinal points. And this is how I'm going to articulate the interventions or the recommendations we are making from a practical perspective based on few of the initiatives we've led. But before that, allow me to highlight 2 principles very much in line with what Dr. Wylam did mention earlier. So the first one is that innovation is a pathway and that countries are at a different level of maturity. I think having a useful framework or definition of which stage we are planning to support as MDBs would be highly beneficial. At the lab, we developed a scorecard for the Southern African region called SADC, the Southern African Development Community region, that has given, based on a tool called the Double Diamond Model, to map each of these countries and the level at which they are when it comes to innovation. So I think that is very essential. The second principle is that the cost of intervention depends obviously on the stage of innovation at which we are, with prototyping and research and development often being the most resource-intensive phases, as mentioned by our colleague from the European Development Bank. Now, to your hypothesis, dear Chair, the first one being on grants and technical assistance, I think the first cardinal point on access to capital is very key here, because we need to mobilize indeed additional resources in order to fund the cost of innovation. At the lab, we are working very often with the private sector in order to define the value chain, the interventions that might be valuable for them when it comes to return on investment. Because so often, we might differ languages when it comes to public institutions versus private sector institutions. So there is a need to harmonize the language on what is it that we are defining as innovation and how to support it. But we need also to be very careful because there is something called grantpreneurship that consists on feeding the ecosystem with grants to the extent that they might not be in a position of sustaining the efforts of innovating. So the suggestion we have is to establish models such as the New African Financial Architecture for Development. It's called NAFAD. It was launched this year by the African Development Bank and other partners in order to reflect a model where the Africa's estimated need of $400 billion annual financing gap can be resolved with domestic resource mobilization, blended finance, or catalytic investment mechanisms. And the second recommendation here, besides the fact of diversifying the type of support besides grants and private sector development support, is reform. We need to be very agile. We need to be more agile when it comes to institutions and when it comes to talent. Human capital is key. As mentioned by one of the panelists, and at the bank, we've developed what we call Enova. That's an AI-powered platform that is now gathering more than 32,000 ecosystem players across the continent. We call them the enterprise support organizations. And to this effect, they are now able to learn from each other and identify where the missing gaps or missing needles are and learn from each other in order to learn fast but also scale fast. Then the third recommendation here is to harness the demographic transformation. Specifically, when we talk about Africa, we all know that by 2050, 1 out of 4 in this world will be coming from Africa. So it's important that we leverage on this demographic transformation by using ecosystem partnerships. We know that we're not strong everywhere as a bank, hence the need of mapping each intervention when it comes to specific sectors that the bank and the lab is willing to support. And to this effect, we've started our interventions by bridging what we call the traditional bank operations, such as sovereign and non-sovereign operations, and identifying how we can embed innovation and digital transformation components in each of these projects in order to scale up and replicate it in other countries that have similar conditions when it comes to ecosystem. And then the last recommendation, Chair, is on building climate-resilient infrastructure, leveraging on natural resources. One of the speakers mentioned it earlier, but solar energy, wind energy, green hydrogen, or microgrid are very rapid sectors that we can bank on. However, innovation in these sectors particularly has been proven to be extremely costly. Hence the need to leverage on what we call the African Continental Free Trade Area to create opportunities for scalable businesses across borders, in order not only to support by providing funding, but by establishing curricula, digital infrastructure, and entrepreneurial networks that can sustain the regional partnerships and indeed create added value contribution to this agenda across the continent. Thank you, Chair.
You mentioned that MDBs should mobilize additional resources for innovation. So MDBs acting more like catalysts for private investment into innovation. As practitioners, we know that's a very difficult thing to do. Could you please elaborate on that and maybe even make an example of how you do that at the African Development Bank? If you could, of course.
Sure, I can give you examples. One of the examples I could give is in structuring the financial support we're providing. We have the traditional types of products and services as an NDB, and two quite often we don't necessarily embed the agility that might be required for industries such as the green energy, as I was mentioning. So what we've started doing is to define 5 pillars within the lab. That's what is literally quantifying the interventions we're making within the portfolio. The first one was mentioned by one of the speakers, that's market studies and networking. By investing in this catalytic pillar, we're able to address and I'll talk about it at a later stage, the sectors we believe can have a ripple effect in the 10 coming years, like in a decade. That is instrumental because we are now giving a direction to all the other ecosystem players that are about to invest in this specific area, because resources are very scarce and we can't all be disrupting negatively the ecosystem by playing the role of a VC or a funder or a commercial bank. The second pillar is called capacity building. This is where we collaborate with academics, such as Dr. Jiajun Xu, in defining how at an early stage we can help in building the right skills and anticipate on each of these skills when it comes to innovation. Because a lot of our countries want to gain sovereignty, but you cannot gain sovereignty if you don't have the right human capital. You need to build the right skills for the 5 coming years, and that might start by Tibet centers, by universities, by academics and researchers understanding where the vision is. The third one is in establishing a common knowledge platform. That's why I was mentioning Innova, the AI platform we built at the bank, and now that is full-fledged. We developed an MVP, and now they're interacting in order to identify who are the next player, like the next country players in a specific industry. That is helping in narrowing down the risk, because we talked a lot about risk within the innovation field, of utilizing an already ready-to-execute type of project in a country, as opposed to building everything from scratch. So that common knowledge platform would help us all in avoiding to have ISDB or MCDI or the Eurasian Development Bank investing in the same prospects or the same industries in general. And
Please watch out the time.
Yes, the fourth part is the financial. So that comes at the end. You would note that there are a lot of layers that I've mentioned before coming to that financial part, because most of the innovative projects that are being supported might not be ready to receive the amount of money we are investing in. And that is why we need to be very careful as MDBs. Thank you.
Indeed. Okay. Let's now move to the lightning round. I'll have 2 questions for the speakers, one on the instruments and tools, and another one on sectors. The 30 seconds per answer per speaker. We go in the order of interventions, so Mr. Wan, Dr. Xu, Dr. Sami, Ms. Prozorova, and Ms. Apsaning. The first question is, which financing instruments and tools do you see as the most promising for achieving innovation-driven development in the coming years? Mr. Wan?
Yeah, so I would like to say those instruments which focus on mobilizing capital from different channels, such as blended financing, catalytic first loss capital, and synthetic securitization. Of course, I mean, those can bring in more investment. Thanks.
Dr. Xu, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think the most promising financial instrument would need to meet the ingredients of success for financing innovation. That is the tolerance for early failure and the reward for long-term success. In that aspect, I think the equity-like investment would be very useful to finance innovation. And for MDB, I think you can try to pilot some venture debt and debt equity linkage instrument to make this feasible. Yeah, back to you.
Dr. Sami?
I would reiterate my point when rephrasing the question. It's not about financing. The main problem for innovation is not about financing, although financing is important. I think MDB should focus on developing the ecosystem for innovation, including building entrepreneurship skills, expertise along the lines that my colleagues have highlighted very well. And I think we should learn from each other and try to support each other along these lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maria?
Thank you. I think that we should be innovative too, and it's very important to be adaptive to clients' needs and to give a wide range of instruments, not only plain financing, but equity financing, bond financing, guarantees, and some special supporting instruments.
Thank you. Ms. Absaning?
Thank you. I believe there is no one-size-fits-all. We need to blend finance with something catalytic that can help in mobilizing resources, as I said. And something we're trying actually in Africa is diaspora remittances, because one of the panelists mentioned capital, passion capital, and instead of just sending money in country to buy rice, oil, we are now catalyzing the expertise of the diaspora so that they can bring in their capital, passion capital, but they can also bring their knowledge because they are out of the country of origin.
Okay. The second question is, which sectors or directions do you see as the most promising? Again, Mr. Wang.
What can I say? Definitely digital sector. While digital economy now creates up to 40% of new jobs in the world, and the digital technology can be applied across different sectors, not only accelerating the private sector growth, but also the delivery of basic public services like health and education. Thank you.
Dr. Xu?
Well, thank you, Chair. From my perspective, I think the green technology would be the way forward, because developing countries, they have to achieve economic transformation within the planetary boundaries, which means they have to try to create synergy between economic growth and environmental protection. In order to achieve the synergy, the green technology would be the way forward to try to, get both kind of the benefit of economic transformation and the environment.
Thank you. Dr. Sami?
I think now the infrastructure for coding and programming is becoming much more available and much more accessible. Open source and other tools, AI tools, makes this sector very promising. Although AI companies, they would say, oh, AI would replace. I think it's not that easy. Let me put it this way. In fact, I think there is a good opportunity for the youth in developing countries to capitalize on these tools to achieve something really new with little capital upfront required. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Prozorova?
Yeah, for me, it's industry, of course. And maybe especially manufacturing with innovative component and high added value.
Thank you. Ms. Absaning? She's off the line. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let me wrap up by we've gathered, I think, about 15 to 17 various proposals. Let me reiterate just some of them. reforming CRA methodologies, revising toolkits for making MDBs less risk averse, proper domestic incentives, proper incentives for managing MDBs, recruit industrial and technology specialists to change the mindset within the MDBs. Very importantly, go more into equities rather than debt, experiment with equity debt linkages, do more innovative finance such as blended finance, mezzanine finance, guarantees, and so forth, not just simple debt. Equity and risk sharing instruments, certifications, promote coding and programming skills among the youth, and generally invest on a grant basis, I presume, into technological education within developing countries. And last but not least, promote cooperation and platforming among MDBs, because the necessity of capital injection far exceeds the volumes that the single MDBs can do. That wraps up our session. I would like to use this opportunity to call for a round of applause for our esteemed speakers. Thank you. And I would like to ask the speakers, if you can, to put a couple of posts on your social media accounts to promote the ideas we voiced today. And I also would like to suggest that we as a group would think about a joint policy brief on this very important issue. Thank you very much, and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.